Current affairs of Brazil is the immediate past national youth president.
Yes. So skills and abilities. The last point. It really does ability to produce quality work even under pressure with minimum supervision. Right. So I'm done. Yes. So I said I am able to produce quality work even under pressure, and I think this document that I have provided, the CV, sorry, the policy document that I have provided, none of them makes it not a quality. Because in the first place, I even presented the original copy to the EC. Our signatures are not insignificant. Yes, I do. Right. Thank you. Mr. Madam. Yes, Honorable. In your extracurricular activities in your CV, okay, I think the first one is football, right? Yes, please. So you know a little bit about football. Not official football, the football that we play in our the various parks in our vicinities. That's the football I know. So if you are to dive deep, I might find myself not interested. Alright, thank you very much. Alright, thank you. Yes, please. Alright. Student politics, poetry, poetry, poetry. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm also a fan of poetry. Oh, that's so can wonderful. You give me one? That's wonderful. Let's do one poetry. One poetry. Okay. So in poetry, I believe that there are those who write and those who read. So definitely you've written some before and you've read some before, right? No, please. So you said it's your extracurricular activity. Yeah. So most of the time, I'll get points of established established points. So I take time, then I read them under my leisure. You read them. Yeah, I read them. So you wrote them yourself. You write them yourself. No, I mean like established points. Okay. I take their poem, then I read them. So I really like them. Oh, okay. Five.
Um, let me start with my views.
Mr. Fadul, given an impression that you came to lie to us.
Oh, really? How am I lying?
If you are into something, definitely you should know something about it. Respectively, you talked about football, and then we all understood the fact that you said you do appreciate football. So we understand.
Yes.
But you said you have students politics, you are into poetry, you are into reading. I'll not ask you about reading because everybody reads here. But the poetry is quite something I personally cannot do. That's why I'm asking you. So if you have that quality, don't you think it would be very nice for you to demonstrate it? If you say you do have it.
Yes, it would be nice, but respectfully, because I can't.
The fact of the matter is that if you don't have that quality, nobody is going to say anything about it. But if you write that you have it, and then to everybody here, not to me alone, you don't have it, what are you trying to tell us? What kind of president do you intend to be? A liar?
Not really.
Not really.
No. You know what am I trying to tell you? And that's not
Please, if it's there, it's there. If it's not there, it's not there. Just
because
the kind of
I believe that poetry it has to do with reading and like you have the reading aspect there. Because I've ever joined the page with
I understood what you said.
yeah, reading and writing.
But you said you teach people's poetry.
Yeah.
Name even one person that you've read his poetry.
No. Oh, Robert Frost. I wanted to list them. I said in the other eye line. That was what I wanted to. We have Frost. Yeah.
Hey, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. So, if you can, are you still holding on with the pipe? Do you think what you want? All right.
Okay, Robert Frost, and I know of William Henley. He was the one who wrote this one.
Out of points, go straight. You give three. Oh.
Three, okay. And the next one, I mean, from Ghana. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, unless I'm on with the student. Yeah, I know of Samuel Fables. He writes with them.
Okay, Mr. Mohammed.
Yeah, honorable member.
Let's talk about the constitution, shall we?
Right, please.
For the local news, right? You have your treasurer, that is if you become the president. You have the treasurer as well as the secretary. The constitution does not stipulate or give you advice. What's your comment on that?
So, yeah, that's true. The constitution didn't give the local advice, and well, actually, I don't really know the reason behind that. I don't know the reason behind that, but um, I I wouldn't see that to be a problem in my administration because I know that we have national officers and local officers, and the NUCS is kind of linking the SRC to the national officers. So I think it's not really and also like you have it to be ho and hohoi. So it's enough for one person to man one campus. So I didn't be like a federal something. The federal NUCS that we have one, then maybe.
So you can do all without advice.
Yes, please.
Then, for this president, treasurer, secretary, how many of them joins the UHAS?
Come again.
How many of them specified as our president, the local news president, the treasurer, and the secretary? How many of them joins the SRC?
Only the president joins.
What's your comment on that?
Okay, the problem I have here is in the absence of the president, how the local unit is able to get involved in the deliberations on parliament. That's my That's where I have a little issue because I can't remember in one of the proceedings a comment was like the local news couldn't present himself, so he had to relegate to his secretary to come. But then I learned that wasn't the appropriate thing to do. But I think maybe going forward, you should put in place measures that in the absence of the president, he can still make people from the local NUC secretariat represent the NUCs in parliament.
All right. I think you can even take it further. It shouldn't be that it's only the president that can be in parliament. Okay. I'm saying this because in the last two SRC parliaments, which I was a part of, the then local news president actually tailored the motion that at least the treasurer of the local news needs to join parliament. And his point was that the funds that we have, 50% of it is allocated to the local news. So for example, when we are talking about budgets and all these things, it is important that at least the treasurer is there in parliament to explain what is going on. So do you get it? So you need to also push that can also be done. So not only you go to parliament, at least you can have your treasurer. So that whatever they do in parliament, when you come back, you have somebody as a witness.
Okay, that's true. Thank you very much.
Okay, so my last question to you. Are you aware or do you know of anything about S Gracia?
S.
S
Gracia,
Gracia.
in Ghana, national political
Yeah,
body.
just S Gracia. Like, do you know anything about it?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I know S. Gracia too. Yeah, I know. I do.
Yeah, so what is it about?
I know it's a kind of compensation or something that's or compensation in any form that after the public servant or after the official leaves office is given to him.
Okay, so as a student leader, do you think it is great or do you think it's important that every student is being given S Gracia? And if it's important, why do you think we should give them something even when they are leaving office?
So to answer that question, you need to know for how long is the student leader going to receive the money for? Is it even after many years after he's left office, or just that particular year that he served and he left office? Is it that year that he's going to be given that money, or even 3 years after he's left office, he's going to still receive the money?
Thing is, since our academic year is 1 year, so let's say 1 year just after he left. That is just only after he left.
Yes, I think it's something that if it's done, it's okay. It's good because they've served us, and surely it's not that during their delivery of their leadership services, they were being paid or something. So, in as much as we didn't pay them, at least we should show some form of appreciation, like in a grand, as in like a total appreciation after their term of office.
Please, me member here want to.
Pardon.
Yes, please.
Waningua Kakto.
Come again.
Waningua Kakto.
Please come again.
Waningua Kakto.
Chrono Franjo. Yeah, Chrono
Okay, so let me ask you this. How are you going to organize the university regarding to academic disciplines in a way that will maximize the student performances?
Please come again.
How are you going to organize the university regarding academic disciplines in a way that will maximize the student performance?
Okay. Before I take up that role upon myself to do that, I'll need some kind of empowerment to undertake that project. So first, what I'll need to know is, am I really supposed to? Is it really my role as a local news president to do that? If it is, then I'll proceed to gather relevant stakeholders, people I think or people I believe that if I have their support, I'll be able to achieve that. Then we sit down, we look at the loopholes. What what is worrying the current, or what are the disturbances in the current system. We sit down, we look at it, what's making students not really perform. We look at all these things, then we discuss how we are going to tackle them one after the other.
So do you think the students are performing well?
This can be.
Do you think the students here are performing well? Do you think the students here are performing
I would say yes, because with in less than a week, a report that I saw that classified UHAS as the second best university in Ghana, I believe the students are also doing well.
well? Was it accredited based on the lecturers' performances or the students?
That's accreditation. For that, I do not, but I read it to UHAS, the article that I read.
So you have to go back and read it again, right?
All right,
It
thank you.
wasn't based on student performance.
Oh, okay,
You
sure.
get it?
All right, sure.
But by the look of things, you think, I don't know whether you take us as kids here, you are just lubricating your answers and trying to divert from the main questions we are asking you. I hope you're with us.
Respectfully.
So
That's not
if you are to be disqualified, what message are you going to take it out there?
If I'm to be disqualified,
Yeah.
why was I disqualified? Actually, I personally would like to know why I was disqualified. Because I think the EC makes provision for that, that if a member is disqualified, you should know why you are disqualified. So I think I would pursue that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we take any questions from our audience. Any question? You know the question from Master Padu. Okay, so Honorable Kennedy Obu, current local news president, whole province. Thank you very much. Mr. Fadil,
Yes,
right?
please.
Yourself, and in case you are appointed as a local news, yourself and the Ogoy local Nooks president will be the only local Nooks representation in parliament. Because here like is that the other committee members or committee chairpersons are being appointed by the SRC president. In case there is a challenge in decision making, or there is something that you are not well informed of, or you are is not in your interest, or you think you are not okay with, how would you stand in? You are just you and then with your Ogoy representative. How would you to convince the house or make sure your point or your project are being projected to the parliament and then accepted and approved and then in time to, since your representation is of a very minority of the house. Thank you.
Okay, so honorable member, please respectfully, you would want to know how I will present the project to the house.
Present, convince, and make them accept and approve and in time.
Okay, so with this, I think it would have to do with knowing the rules of engagement. First, you present it to the house in a clear manner, in a convincing manner, in a manner that that displays or that portrays the motive that we have in pushing such an agenda to the house. So when it comes to the voting, I believe the House of Parliament is a house of intellectuals. So if we are able to, or if as a local news president, we are able to present our point or our project in a clear and logical manner to the house, I believe our members are intellectuals and they would understand. Unless perhaps maybe um, with something that you said that most of the committee chairpersons are appointed by the SRC president, unless maybe the Nooks is unless they are kind of in some controversy with the SRC president, that maybe the SRC president might influence the committee chairpersons when it comes to the voting. But that's I still believe the houses members are of intellectual, so if you're able to present to them in a logical manner, they should be able to discern the meaning behind it and reach a consensus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anybody has any other question? Anybody has any other question? Without any other question, hand over to the person.
Come on, sir. Sorry, right. Yes, I want to ask. My left.
Come again. Oh, thank you very
Please.
much.
And then let your humility
Yes.
dominate your confidence. You understand?
All right. All right.
Do you get it?
All right, please. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Know your ways.
I should know my ways.
In all your ways.
All my ways. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for such a wonderful advice.
And the last thing is, don't forget yourself when you attend an interview.
I should be.
Don't forget yourself in the sense that probably the panel of judges, the faces are familiar, so you think you are. So you have to mind your language. You have to put in a conscious effort to mind your language. It's an interview.
All right,
Or
please.
Mr. Veteran.
All right, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Honorable Abdul Muhammad. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
You may take it.
Thanks everybody.
So with that, we come to the end of vetting the local NUPS aspirants for whole province. We'll move on to the vetting of the provincial portfolios for whole province in the next 5 minutes. I would like to take the opportunity to inform you that the vetting process is being streamed live on UHAS-based TV on YouTube. So your people or your colleagues who are not here, you can actually tell them to join in, watch through the UHAS-based TV on YouTube. And also they can give their comments or their questions at the comment section, and then we will ask for them. Also, in case you are thirsty, there's water at the back, so you can move over to the back and then take one of the water. Thank you very much.
Okay. Please, I'll give you the benefit. Okay, so over to you.
Alright.
Let me greet you. Good evening.
Good evening, panel.
I hope you're fine.
I'm fine, thank you.
All right. So a brief introduction of yourself, and yes, so a brief introduction of yourself in 2 sentences.
My name is Vivian Apreko, an aspirant for the position of Provincial Welcome Whole Campus. Thank you.
Okay, Vivian, I think when I went through your policy, you said your mission is to prevent discriminatory acts such as gender-based violence. What are some of them? And You said you will help to advocate for these things. Right now, I think we are basically basing on sexual harassment.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
How many of them have you had, and how are you going to work on those kind of things?
To begin with, no one has contacted me concerning any sexual harassment or any gender based violence. But what I've heard of from the public, from the student populace, is that some students have been victim of their colleague students themselves, both male and female, in terms of sexual harassment. Maybe the guy is not willing to give up sex to the lady, and then she in turn blackmails him for that. In another case, you can see a scenario of a lecturer and then a student, male or female lecturers both do that because I believe even male too do go through sexual harassment, and they tend to be silent about that because in our community today we believe that when it comes to sexual harassment, it's only females who are part of that. So that is what I have heard from the student populace. Thank you.
Hurts you. So right now, what is the proof? What is the evidence of what you are telling us? Because you have no evidence that oh somebody A or B or C. So how do you go? Because you don't have any evidence. Because when you are going to change a behavior, I do theories. I'm into the social behavior theories, and I do theories. And we have a theory called the health belief model. That's behavior change. Some people they expect to see something, or they want to know how serious the condition, is, how people are being victim of it, and that's one way to change people's behavior. So right now, since you don't have any victim or you don't have any proof, how do you really, or how do you get people involved in this thing? Because you're just talking just like that. That this is what, but there's no proof. Is it? So how do you go about it?
So I intend to use this position when given to me as a platform to investigate concerning this uh, problem. So when I am given this position, what I intend doing is to carry out a research which will involve both male and female students in the whole province where I am concentrating in. So from there, I'll be able to bring out my proof or evidence of who and how they carry out this sexual harassment. Thank you.
Miss April, there was a sexual and gender-based violence and harassment seminar today at the auditorium. Were you there?
I wasn't there.
Okay. So it so happened that when it was time for us to have the meeting, we practically ended up begging students to come in and sit for the seminar. And one, you said you want to fight against something like that. You want to fight against it. And if we are organizing programs and you are not the one, and so it's also a problem of even when we tell them they don't come. So one, how are you going to ensure students come for such seminars? And you yourself, I want to know why you were not there. Since you love this topic so much and want to fight against it.
So apparently, I wasn't there because I was having an IE at that time, which I was preparing for and then hoping to write. That was when the program was being held. So after the program, after the IE, I couldn't go again for reasons best known to me. Sorry. So how will I advocate for people to come for these programs? I believe there are other platforms of advocating for this, not only holding seminars and then requiring people to come and sit down and listen to you. That's what we call social media. And I believe each and every student in UHAS, whole campus or Hohe campus, is part of one social media group, whether WhatsApp, whether Instagram, whether YouTube. That's why we have UHAS based TV here streaming live. So I believe we can, well, even Zoom, we can organize this programs on Zoom. We can even share flyers. We can even do an Instagram live to advocate for all these things, not only one-on-one seminar. That's why thanks to COVID, we have been able to know the importance of using Zoom. So I believe my turn, if students are not willing to come and sit down, we can get them in different ways. And these are the ways I've mentioned. So I will intend use this platform to get them. By all means, they will pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But it so happens that people are more concerned about their data too. in situations like this. Because even in class, when we have online lectures, then you tell students to come online for a class, which benefits them. Not like this one is not going to benefit them. They tell you they don't have data, they don't have this, they don't have that, and end up not coming. So we still end up going to class to have the lectures. How would you go about that if such a situation pops up?
First of all, we have to know more about human behaviors. They do differ. What I would like to do, I might be a type who can spend my data on YouTube videos or programs that are very educative. And I can also be the one that is just interested in flyers that are being shared on class platforms or WhatsApp group. So when I am given the opportunity, like I said, the investigation or the research I would like to carry out is what platform or how do students want to get educations or advocacy concerning this. And besides, there are radio stations in Go. We can also make use of that. If you don't want to spend your data, there are many ways you can educate them on sexual harassment. You don't want to spend your data. We have Wi-Fi on campuses. So it's your choice as a student if you really want to be part of this program because I believe you can't force anybody to listen to you. So the few who are able to listen to you will be the change that we need. We are talking about fixing Ghana, fixing Ghana. How about fixing ourselves? Do you want to fix the problem of sexual harassment? Are you interested in this topic? So that's where we'll now get okay, the student populace are interested in using their data or not, or they're just interested in flyers, then they'll read. There are a lot of ways in which even class platform, when they send a message to a group, not everybody reads that. So you don't one thing I've realized is that you don't force someone to do what he or she doesn't want to do. So you get to know what he prefers. Then you hit the point on that. Thank you.
Yes, I've Okay. So my question to you, when did you take your nomination form?
I picked my nomination from 3 weeks ago.
3 weeks
I
ago.
can't make out the dates.
Okay. So please, what motivated you to take the form? What motivated you to take the form? In a sense that I don't want to believe that it's because you felt you are coming alone. That's why you picked the form. So tell me, why should we let you do this vetting panel?
Thank you very much for your question. I was motivated to pick this form because I am someone who believes in women occupying space in this male dominated community that we have. That's why I've been a leader for several groups. For example, the Mental Health and Wellbeing Foundation, which I happen to be the president, and I'm also the current Miss UHAS. So leadership is something that I believe I have in me. So picking the nomination form for provincial welcome is not because I know that I'm going unopposed or nobody wants to go for it, and I believe that's not true. That nobody wants to go for it. A lot of people are out there, but it's maybe they have other challenges. That's why they didn't go for it. But for me, I believe in taking up space and then becoming a better person and then becoming a very good leader. And I don't intend spend I don't intend stopping at just provincial welcome. I intend even being the next minister of health. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We are talking about gender or violence against women and sexual harassment. Okay. What shows that you being female and then you vying for the position of women commissioner will not be biased towards the guy?
In my submission earlier, I made mention that sexual harassment is not only to females. Male are also being harassed sexually. It's just that some of them are very quiet about that. So in my position, when I'm given the opportunity to be the provincial welcome, I will not only advocate about gender or sexual harassment or gender-based violence for female, but I'm also going to advocate for male too. So males will have their voice spoken through me. Thank you.
Okay. So
So my shift here are just stated points of my policy. I believe when you are available for my manifesto, you hear all of this. Thank you.
So you talk about sexual harassment against male. Do you know the definition of rape as it is now in our constitution?
I have a definition for rape, not from internet or online. I have how I define my.
Do you know the definition of rape in our constitution as it is now? The constitution of Ghana.
Please, I don't do.
It has no male there.
Okay.
Okay, so a man cannot be raped per our constitution.
Mm.
Not logically. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Well, another question for you. Who was the first woman who ascended the throne of the Speaker of Parliament
For UHAS or for Ghana?
for Ghana?
Please, I have no idea. Thank you.
Which who is the VC of UHAS?
Professor John Owusu Ejapon.
Thank you very much.
All right, Miss Abregu, we just want to have a very short conversation, shall we?
Yes, please.
All right, so first I'll just make some few comments. Miss Abregu, I have your curriculum vitae here with me. You are the current Miss UHAS, right?
Yes,
I
please.
believe you went through a lot of training, but I am really not impressed with your curriculum vitae at all. I think this is one of the economical CVs we have received. Chair. Well, not to tease you or something, but you could have been elaborating enough. Okay. I don't know whether you wanted everything to go on one page, maybe for your cost. I don't think that's the reason, right? Because I look at, for example, AIDS. You said AIDS. Then what I see is lecturer into brackets next. So it can be far better. I mean, when we want Miss Apreku's CV in the next time, at least it should be far better than this. Is that okay? All right. So that was just by the way. The next thing is I just want to throw a challenge on you on policy number 4. Okay, you are saying that carry out donation projects to help the needy in society. I don't want to go into it, but this is nice. I just want to throw a challenge to you. Now we are going to be here. You're in the water right now.
Yes, please.
All right. So for the next academic year, will the students of UMass witness this by themselves that Miss Apreku led Women Commission for a whole province have been able to do this donation. I'm saying that you accept that.
Yes, please. And besides, I've had several already that the school is even aware of. So it's not a new thing.
Great.
Thank you.
That's positive. That's positive. Okay, so the last is a practical question. Okay, I'm going to test your problem solving skills. Is that fine?
Yes, please.
Recently, there was a communique from the Office of the Dean of Students about how students of UHAS dress. If you look at the communique, I think the fingers points at the females. First of all, let me ask you, do you think there is a problem with dressing by females on UHAS campus?
Honestly speaking, I wouldn't beat about the bush. For the past years that I've been in school, not aside this year, from level 100 and level 200, I haven't noticed any indecent, decent dressing. But from early year that we resumed that first semester, from before the communique even came out, I noticed a few of it. But I thought dressing the dressing depends on who you are or who you want to portray. And besides, it's a tertiary institution. And I believe everyone is matured or That's my belief. I believe everyone is mature to do whatever he wants to do. But it's not a good thing that you should do the wrong thing. The fact that everyone is doing something the wrong way doesn't make it right. Though our society speak against indecent dressing. So it's a new thing that I've discovered. And I'm happy to see the communique that was sent out to the public, to the school public. And I hope that during my tenure of office, I'll be able to work in collaboration with the SRC and other um, executives to make sure that this problem is solved. Thank you.
So you think that yes, there is a problem, right?
Yes, there's a problem.
Okay. So the next thing, which I think you started it, but I didn't really get the details of it. Practical, right? The communicate case, you left it there. Should you be the women commissioner for all purposes? Practical. How do we ensure that students dress well on campus?
So far, the problem is only related to females, the indecency. I'll give the male students a credit for this. They've really done well. So, how can this problem be resolved when I come into power? One, I think we have to organize an educative program or a talk show or speak on their platform or door to door messages and advice to the females. And we can also ask the religious sectors to also come into this because most of this advice is when it comes from the churches and the mosques, the people tend to take it more seriously than even the school who is even sending that message out. So I'll not only work with the SRC, I'll even work with the sister churches that are in town on campus with their leaders and try to speak to our ladies to see the way forward. But we have to bear in mind that no matter how someone, you cannot force him to do what he or she is not he or she doesn't want to do. So we only try our best and hope that they change. Thank you.
So I think you made mention of forum, but this forum is the same problem that I think my co-panelists raised. When you have programs to students on campus. Okay? So before I pass the mic on for you to receive other questions, I just want to draw your attention. We forget the power of the classroom when we talk about leadership class. And most of the scholars that we have met, we don't really come down to the classrooms. Ladies up with your class reps and whatever. And I think one practical way we can look at this is with the class reps. Okay? There can be class meetings in this. And then one, my class, we instituted the best dress you and the best dress you at the end of the week. These are practical ways. Okay? So when you see somebody actually gain the best dress you at the end of the week by a standard, it also attracts others to also join. You get me? So these are things to look at, right?
Thank you very much.
Okay, so please, I'm sure you've heard of checks and balance, right? Please, what do you understand by it?
Checks and balances is a mechanism in government that ensure that the three arms of government work independently from each other, meaning that no arm of government seems to be too powerful from the other. Thank
And
you.
what are the three arms of government?
The legislature, the executive, and then the judiciary.
Have you presented to us a convincing policy or feasible?
I believe they are both. Depending on how you ask me the questions concerning my policies, I think they are feasible, and I believe they are also convincing.
You think they are feasible?
Yeah.
You think?
Meaning, I might say that today it's feasible, but everything might not go on well because in life there are positive and there are negative ways. Or positive or negative things that can happen. So we might, I might think that oh, this is feasible today, but what happens tomorrow? Even look at the policies that the president, the Ghanaian president brought. It's not all that he was able to achieve in the first 4 years. So I can say it's feasible today, but what if it's feasible tomorrow? So that's why I think I don't really know whether it's
So you are projecting this outside, that's to the students, for them to vote for you. Is that
yes,
okay?
please.
So, in a way, in which you've realized they are not feasible, for that matter, they voted for you based on your policies, and you are not doing anything according to your policy. What are you going to do about that?
So I'll make I put everything in place to make sure that it's with the help of the SRC and then other committees responsible.
Are you still taking this to the students?
Yes, please.
Then,
And I'm going to put effort to make sure that it comes on.
all right, vision to provide a conducive atmosphere for female students to undertake their studies, to provide a conducive atmosphere. What provision are you doing?
When I said atmosphere here, I don't only mean classrooms or good hostel with good lighting and then um, good fan, air, and all that. The atmosphere can be one on one with their co-ladies. It can be when um, talks with the female, your colleague females, or even male too. Because if you continue the statement over there, it says devoid of any discriminatory act, and for them to be on equal footing to that of counterparts. So we are even bringing males here. So it's not only the atmosphere is not only about classrooms, hostels, or feasible roads. No, everything we put in place, including the one-on-one personal relationship with their colleagues.
Do
Yeah.
you think you are best?
Yes, please.
Can you be on it? You want to ladies harassment, sexual.
Ladies do have different ways, depending on you as an individual, and then what the guy can be attracted to. So my way of sexually harassing a person might be different from another sister somewhere. So I can't make it out like this is the way that ladies do it.
So demonstrate to us how decent a lady should be dressed.
For example, I'm not exposing any part of my body. So I believe it is decent. And a lady also wear skirt, the skirt should be below your knee. It shouldn't expose any part of your body. And even if you're wearing trousers, you shouldn't wear trousers that is too tight, that all your pants line or your buttocks will be showing, tattered jeans or crop top that your breast is showing or your waist or any part of your body is showing.
Please, Miss April, um, have you read the Constitution?
Sincerely speaking, I only read my parts. I didn't read the whole book.
So you know you're supposed to also act. Yeah, in fact, once you become the women's commissioner for both province, you automatically become the women's commissioner for the new
Yes.
contest campus. Do you think there are any differences in terms of duties and responsibilities?
I would say they are similar because women's commission for any when they say you're a women commissioner, it's whatever institution or association you do the same thing depending on what's written on on their constitution. So if the only difference that will come in is if the NUCS constitution is different, the responsibility of the women's commissioner for NUCS is different for that of the UHAS province, whole company, whole provincial campus here. So if that's the only way the difference will come, but aside that, they are all the same.
Um, MC is not around. I'll take this first. Do you of us here have any question? Yes, please.
Okay. Um, Good evening, everybody. My question is pertaining to sexual harassment, and it was something I experienced last Wednesday. Guy was sit down, then a lady friend, then guy also reciprocated that action. In this case, if the lady comes to you to report that she has been sexually harassed, that she have the case.
To me, it depends. For a guy to even hit your back, or for a lady to hit a guy's back, depending on the relationship you have with the guy. Are you that free with him? Do you usually do it? And what if you usually do it and you're free with him? Then why are you offended? That's the first question I'll ask. And what context did he do that? Did you initiate it? Because guys are also human beings. You can't go and then arouse the guy and then he's watching you. He will surely take an action. So I'll first ask, what kind of relationship do you have with the guy? How close are you? And is it something that you often do? If you did, it means he can also do it to you. So it's not sexual harassment. But if it's something that he forced you into without you agreeing to do it, then I'll consider that as sexual harassment. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question? Any other? Miss Vivian. So from what you said, that from your answer to him, you're trying to say that if a lady sexually harasses a guy and the guy doesn't do anything about it, he doesn't report to the right authorities, and then he later reciprocates the action to the girl, it's okay.
Depend on what she did. Did she touch him in any way that is irresponsible? And sexual harassment is his example was just like hitting the back. She hit the back first, and then he did the same. To me, I don't see that as sexual harassment, depending on the relationship you and the guy have. So it's only be sexual harassment if there's a in between and there's no agreement or whatsoever between the two of you, then it becomes sexual harassment. And he's right to report you too because you have harassed him too.
So if saying something about relationship, let's say boyfriend harasses the girlfriend, or the girlfriend harasses the boyfriend.
When I say relationship, I don't
Yes, it's a form of relationship, right?
boyfriend. These are two different things. And using his example, a lot of people in relationship do even more than that because they have that mutual understanding and agreement. But if you say into something she doesn't want, then it becomes harassment. Or you the lady forced him into something he doesn't want, it becomes sexual harassment.
Okay, so from your point of view, the guy did what was right.
He did what was right because she initiated it. Depending on the relationship you are having.
Um, okay, please. If we are getting her right. Hello. Okay, thank you. If we are getting her right, I think my yeah is just trying to make a joke, and it's not being serious. Please, guys, let's not do that. He's just trying to make a joke. Yes. All right. Get done.
Thank you very much.
Who is the school?
I don't know.
I don't know. I know that you know.
Nelson, yeah.
Really?
Dr. Peter Adata.
Good. So School of Public Health is not part of schools here, right?
It's not part of
The schools here.
it's part of the
And you don't know it. Thank you.
School of public health nursing or public health, because public health
School
is
of
not
Public Health. Hohoi.
it's not part of the school in whole province.
But it's part of.
It's part of Hohoi province.
But you know that you are supposed to know the structure of UHAS. You're supposed to know, right?
I'm supposed to know what belongs to my province.
Really?
Then when I'm done, I know external too.
Please, Dr. Peter, he's not a dean, head of the.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Please. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's no other question. We would like to thank Madam Viviana for coming. Thank you very much. We'll please take it. So, our next aspirant in the person of Master Sadari is vying for the position of Provincial Treasurer. Provincial Treasurer. So with the signal from the chairperson, now asking to enter. Do any of them say something before you go? What about the audience? Anybody in the audience will say something before you go? Thank you. The Master Sadari, you can please come in. That looks nice.
Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, there's no mark for that. Larry. Brief introduction, then we can proceed. So, okay.
Alright, thank you. My name is Master Dari, a veterinary nurse of health and euthanasia. I'm here to be vetted. Okay, as part of the constitution, okay, whole provincial versus
What is the difference between
all invoices are formal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Zabita, don't push it when you are not comfortable on some sites. Eh? It is honesty to say you don't know. I think as a finance person, I'm happy with some of your answers.
Yes, please.
Okay, so the invoice and the receipt looks basically the same. It just shows that you've purchased something. Okay, but the receipt, okay, mostly it's not too formal like the invoice. Do you understand? It's not too formal like the invoice. And then with the receipt, mostly you just find one item on it. But with the invoice, sometimes you have a lot of the stuff.
Breakdowns.
Do you understand?
Yes.
And then the pro forma invoice is when you've not purchased the thing, but you just want a breakdown or an estimate
Okay.
to go and show before you are giving the money to go and purchase the thing, and then after that they give you an invoice or a receipt. Do you understand?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So you get it now, right?
Yeah, and I'm
So-
very grateful for that.
That's fine. What I want to ask you is, what is the link between you as a provisional treasurer, that's hopefully to become a provisional treasurer for whole campus, and the feedback treasurer? What's the link?
Okay, thank you, Honorable, for this question. Um, Looking at the constitution, um, I'm one of the signatories for request for fund, but to the executive committee. So that the requested fund, like the request for fund, will go to the executive committee, pass through that channels, and it will get to the top.
No, take your time.
Okay.
You take your time.
All right.
You lost your part along the way, but I will still give you the chance to clarify it. Okay, I'm not asking of any big thing.
Okay.
Your position as a provisional treasurer
And the federal.
and the federal treasurer. At what time will you guys communicate?
Okay.
What is the link?
Okay. Secondly, after money being requested, the treasurer will hand over money to me to be dispersed. The federal treasurer to be dispersed under my province. Yes, please. Yeah, I've had an encounter with it.
And you didn't ask this question.
The
link between. Oh, come on.
Yes, I didn't ask. Yes, I didn't ask.
Okay, so Mr. Biza, you have the idea, but where you actually went off is the fact that you said is the federal treasurer who will give you some money. And the constitution, it doesn't work that way. This is what we are trying to actually draw into all the provisional executives. You are distinct on your own. You get me? There's a question that I've actually had drafted to your president when they come. You guys are not directly responsible or you answer to the federal executives. The constitution makes your work distinct. So there is also an account for the whole province. You get me?
Okay.
Of which it is not the federal treasurer who will come and give you money. You are also a signatory to your own account.
Okay.
You get me?
Okay.
The only time you actually communicate, so in answering my question, the only time you communicate is when you are done disbursing your monies of which you have kept records of. You get it?
Yeah.
And then the treasurer, the federal treasurer, who the constitution says that he should come up with the total expenses for the SRC, will then approach you to actually tell him what has gone on in your province. You get it?
Okay.
So that is the point.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so I also want to ask you some question. Are you sure that you're the right person for this before,
Yeah, I'm sure.
or do you are you sure? Are you sure that you're the right person? The what is happening as it stands now. Are
Yeah.
you confident enough?
Yeah, I'm
Or do
confident.
you think is so when you are disqualified as it stands now, what are you going to tell them? Because right now you're the only person. And always the thought is that I'm the only person, so definitely, oh, I'm going to pass. So if you are being disqualified, how are you going to take the issue? Or how are you going to pick it up?
If I'm disqualified, how I'll take the issue?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know you can be disqualified though.
Yes, please.
So if you're being disqualified as it stands now,
Yeah.
what are you going to tell the people?
Yeah. If I'm in disagreement with the decision, I'll go through the channel. I'll go to the judicial committee.
Yeah, it's okay.
Please, okay.
How do you avoid closing accounting books in error?
Please the question again.
How do you avoid closing account in books, right? With errors. Like how do you avoid errors in
Okay.
closing accounts?
Okay. One, you record anything as it comes. First of all, like you won't compile them to be record, like you won't compile everything and be recording them at once. So as it comes, then you'll be recording it. That's one. Two, you need to do proper like revise yeah, your report. And two, you need to be communicating with the audit committee because okay, thank you. I think I'll end it.
Because what? So how many did you give me?
I gave you two.
Repeat what you said.
Okay. Firstly, I said you record the things as it comes. So when like you won't compile all the record like transactions, anything, you won't compile them to record them at once. So you record them as it comes. Then two, you revise. Yeah, to revise what you have written before presenting.
Okay, so a dependable, disciplined, hardworking person, right?
Yeah.
What makes you dependable? Do you know the meaning of dependable?
Yeah.
What's the meaning of dependable?
Meaning I'm trustworthy. When you allocate a work to me, you come and meet it done perfectly.
Okay.
You are speaking about creating awareness on various ways to earn a scholarship, and then also getting sponsorship for 4 week celebration.
Yeah.
Okay. My question is it your responsibility according to our constitution?
Yeah. It's
to
not. Okay.
Okay, you already know my
No.
question.
Sorry.
Okay. So my question is it your responsibility according to our constitution to solicit for scholarship for students and sponsorship?
Right. Thank you very much, madam. It's not my constitutional responsibility, but I am looking at our financial system. Money are generated into the SRC account mainly through our dues, and our dues is fused together with the school fees. So, in order for us to get resources to finance our our activities, we need to make sure that students are able to pay their fees very early so that we can get money in our account to run our activities. That's why I will embark on that policy.
Make sure students pay their fee.
I uh,
Said you make sure, right?
no,
All right.
you are not lying, please.
So what did you say? Said you make sure students pay.
Yeah, if I said that, it might be yeah slip of tongue. But I will ensure that my like majority of the students pay the fees because when you create more awareness through like make you make students know that they can get scholarship. You bring the channel, you aid them. A lot of students will get chance to get scholarship. And moreover, about the student loan too, when you create more awareness on that, students will go for the loan to pay for the fees and you get funds too.
I understand that you are the treasurer and then you are how should you are concerned about having fun, but I don't see how you soliciting for scholarships and you going in for students to apply for loans would help you get those funds because I think it's not your responsibility. Someone has to do it. So I don't know why you you are making it your
Yeah.
aim or something.
Okay. Moreover, I'm part of the executive committee, and being part of the SRC too, and the SRC seeks to seek the welfare, the well-being of the student body. So if the student is able to pay his or her fees on time, it will release the student of the stress of thinking about your fees and studying, doing revision week, and a lot of stress.
Mr. Sadari,
Yes.
see, in your policies, you said you will, okay, let me just read whatever.
Financial restructuring will be done with emphasis on partnerships, sponsorships, collaboration to reduce the dependence on SRCs and also increase our productivity.
Yeah.
Yes. Financial restructuring.
Okay. So before the restructuring will come, we will push. I will push personally to for us to have an intensive research about how we can integrate the alumni because UHAS as it stands, we are I compared to the other notable institutions in the country, we are young, and right now our alumni are getting into higher positions. So if we integrate them in the SRC right now, and very soon when we are going for sponsorship deals and things, you might meet your alumni at the maybe MC office and people in positions that can help you that can help you get sponsorship and things. And secondly, there will be a research on major major institutions, namely Tech, KNUST and UG. We can see that even during their whole week celebration, then the number of sponsorship that they get a small fortune. So if we too, when we get something like that, it will be good for us. So research will be conducted on the. Please, your question again.
You are talking about research. You mentioned research so far.
Yeah.
And I'm asking you, what will the research be on? I try to find out who they go for the scholarships from.
What?
Or you want to know
No,
how
no. What make them? What have been aiding them to get all those partnerships?
what have been helping them?
Yes.
Mr. Sadari, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Um, let's take this scenario. The by one way or the other, some SRC money is with you at the moment,
Okay.
and then you are done with the project you are supposed to use it for, and then there is surplus. You get it? And then uh, you've not finished paying your fees, and the deadline for fees is tomorrow or within this week. You're supposed to finish paying your fees, and you know that you're not going to get money from your parents or your guardian at the moment. What are you going to do in this situation?
Okay. Looking at this, I'll go with the constitution.
Practically, like you, I'm asking you, not be practical
Yeah,
about it.
practical. Yeah. Actually, um, monies allocated to or acquired in the name of SRC shouldn't be with me for more than 72 hours. So immediately the surplus is left, I'll put it into the account. I wouldn't use it for my fees.
That is what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is deadline for registration. If you don't register, you won't graduate.
I'll look for different means. I'll look for different means.
Your mom or your dad is going to send you the money. Probably let you estimate the first day and they are closing the registration tomorrow. And they are closing it tomorrow. And you have high hopes that Monday morning your mom will send it to you. Are you sure you will deposit the money into their account?
Yes, please, because it's not my money. It's for the SRC.
Um, right. Please. My left. You're okay. Yes. Is there any question from the audience? Any question? Any? Okay. Since there's no other question, Chair, please, is there any question from the panel members? Any other question? Oh, yes. Okay. So, without the absence of any other question, we thank Master Sadari Peter for coming.
All right. Thank you too.
So, our next aspirant is the person of Master Adam Kwame, vying for the position of provincial president. Vying for the position of the provincial president. After the vetting of Madam Master Adam Kwame, we'll take a break, go for a U-turn or something, some snack. Go for a U-turn or something, or a snack, and then reconvene to vet the federal executives on whole campus. Now the federal executives are present or are from Hohoi campus, and they will be vetted in Hohoi campus on Sunday, which will also be broadcasted live on UHAS Based TV. So those in Ho can also watch live on UHAS Based TV. No, wait. So, with a signal from the chair, I'll ask Master Adung to enter.
I'm Adam Kwame Jr., currently a level 300 nursing student at the University of Health and Allied Sciences. I am a confident and motivated person who wants to change the province. I am the Moses and Joshua of whole province, and I am
Um, who is Peter Adatara?
The HOD for nursing department, head of department for nursing.
If there's any correction, I know not of that person. So if and it's true. Okay. Of course. I have your this thing is very light. It's as if I saw one thing. Okay, so leadership experience. Nursing and Midwifery Student Association, Public Relation Officer. What's your role there?
Okay.
And how will you affiliate it to the provincial leadership that you want to hold?
Okay. So UHAS is having only one PRO, and there is only
Who
one
is a PRO?
There is only one PRO in UHAS.
Who is a PRO?
PRO is Public Relations Officer, someone who takes information from the executive committee of the association to the public and takes information from the public to the executive committee.
So my back to my question, how would you relate it to this
So
current position?
this position has helped me a lot. That's why I am the man for the people. So the people have spelled their heart to me. That's why I think I can deliver to them as their provincial SRC president.
I will take it as if that is how you deal with issues. Okay, so I would have in a way penalized you for the way you talk because you've been corrected. Okay, but I will take it as if that is
We surely pray for this school.
We are not marking or measuring how bold you can speak. You get it? We are measuring your intelligence aspect. You get it? So I like your confidence anyway, but don't let it overweight the other.
I get
You get it? In your description, you said you want to change the promise.
Yes, please.
What is the promise that you want to change?
Please, your question again.
You want to change the promise.
Yes, please.
What is the promise on board that you want to change? What promise is made available?
Okay.
So what is the current promise?
Whole campus.
The promise.
The promise.
What is the promise that you're talking of?
The promise. Okay. So did I say promise?
You want to change the promise, right?
The province.
Province.
Province, yes.
Oh, okay.
Not promise.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have my questions back to you again. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Please, under your work experience, said you were a teacher at Girls Preparatory School from 2017 to 2018. And then tutor at Excellence Foundation. You are still a tutor?
Yeah, so during vacation, I go and I do my thing there.
Oh, okay. And your skills and abilities. That you have excellent memory.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to test it. So I'm going to mention out 10 figures that you say back. I'm testing your excellent memory. So 055
Please, honorable member.
Okay, so from here, he said he has excellent memory. So I'm just testing. I'm changing the ticket.
Okay.
05786319297.
Honorable member. Okay. The next time, I will try my possible best to get it. But right now, I can't.
That's nonsense. That's nonsense. What do you mean by next time?
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, and
Not that, but see, you are you are being mad. So at that instant, what do you do? You give these marks. Okay? Because what
the way you are approaching issues, they are your friends, and I don't like that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry if it felt that way.
No, I'm not judging you. What I'm trying to say is that this particular instance, even to this particular circumstance, it's as if there's a friendliness here. It's not the best.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, she asks you a question. Oh, please, I can't recall. Oh, please, I can find. Let's go straight to the point. But the way you are approaching the issue is a problem.
Adam,
It's a
relax. Okay,
I've relaxed.
it's a friendly match. Okay, how many people are aspiring for this position?
So far I'm the only one.
You're the only one.
Yes, please.
You're the only one. Okay. Chairperson, please, is it true that he's the only one? Yes.
So you are the only one. But you know that I can be disqualified.
Oh yeah, I know.
You are aware of that.
Yes.
That we can disqualify.
Yes, please.
Okay. So my question here is that I don't know how to put it, like the same way that Chair is saying. It's not like your overconfidence to the way that you approach questions to is a problem too here. And you know that as a leader, one of your hallmarks is how you're able to like deal with issues, how you're able to communicate. But you are saying that you're a PRO and you're a good communicator. And to be honest with you, me, if I'm in your team, me, I might Charlie, because the PRO here is different. What you're trying to tell us here is different. Means you yourself, you don't know even your job. And that's not even how to relay information. So right now that you want us to be, or right now you want us to be vetted so that at the end of the day you become the SRC president. At the end of the day, you're going to talk to people. So how do you convince us that you're going to be able to talk with management very well? Because the way that you're dealing as it stands, you can't go and do that thing in front of the dean or in front of the VC. So how are you going to go about this kind of issue? Because you know that it's one of the hallmark as a leader, a good leader should be able to relay information very well and how to deal with issues. And right now, even just the vetting here, you are having issues. And right now, when the dean calls you, the VC calls you, the registrar calls you, how are you going to go about things?
Oh, okay, okay. First of all, I will apologize if my actions was a little bit offensive, and that's not how I approach issues. And um,
But right now, how do you go about those things? When you had, let's say, for instance, right now, the dean have called you, you presented a budget or something, and the dean want clarification. So right now, it's practical. You're in front of the dean. So how do you present your budget?
okay, so
He needs clarification. Maybe the budget he has deducted something you don't understand, right? So how do you clarify things
okay, so
right now?
I,
So don't talk as if you are with us. You are in front of the dean as it stands now. So talk as if you are talking to the dean. That is what I would just want to see right now. You are in front of the dean as it stands now.
panel member, honorable panel member, um, I believe as a leader you should be willing to learn always. And we are humans. Sometimes we have our flaws.
Let's go straight for it.
Oh, okay, so the dean is a human.
Don't just imagine. Listen. Just just imagine that she is the dean. So you're talking to act. I mean, you should act.
Okay. Okay. So my response would be okay. So doc, we are really suffering, and my people cannot stand always when they are not having lectures. or when they are waiting for a different class to close from the lecture hall. So please, Dean, this is vital to my people. This is vital to the students. Please, Dean, revise your decision for us. That would be my response. Yeah, I get you. Thank you. I am Adam Kwame Jr., currently studying Bachelor of Nursing in the University of Health and Allied Sciences. I am confident and highly motivated that with good policies, we can change whole campus.
So that one is part of the last statement you made is part of it. You've introduced yourself.
It's what I believe in.
So I don't know where you're coming from, but I know what you believe in. Anyways, you wrote in your policy that you establish Sokode taxi rank at Trafalgar. Please, how are you going to do that?
Okay. My policies are really arranged. One policy.
How are you going to do that?
Okay. So we are within a community, and within the community. Okay. So I will meet with the municipal assembly and also the tricycle association, the taxi drivers association, and I will, together with the municipal assembly, lobby that station for us.
What is the name of the current DC in who municipality?
Honorable Pai Bansa.
Honorable
Pai Bansa.
MC.
MCE. Okay, so please, honorable member, who is not having a DC is rather an MC.
Said an MCA. Said MCA.
MC.
So what is his name?
The name of the MC.
Yes.
Honorable Pai Bansa.
We are going to entrust the whole province into your hands. Okay, as SRC provincial president. How well do you trust yourself?
I trust myself because the people on whole campus are calling for change. And it seems the people have lost interest in the provincial positions. And when we go to the various halls and when we interact with the people of UHAS, especially whole campus, what they normally say is,
hello, calm down.
Okay.
Listen to my question and answer me. If you don't take time, I'll just say you talk too much, and then everybody that talks too much is a liar. Do you understand? Okay. How well do you trust yourself?
I trust myself because I believe a new system can help the province thrive.
You see, some of the questions are very open. Okay, they are open. So if you don't take time, you just talk and beat around the bush and you say nonsense. And this is why I asked a question like that. As a president, you are a president for all. You are in UHAS. Can you please sing the UHAS anthem?
Honorable member, I'm not well updated, and I'll update myself from here.
And you want to become our president?
Yes, yes. I'm not well updated, and I can't lie to the panel, so I'll plead that.
Have you ever attended a parliamentary meeting?
Yes, please.
And what did you hear there?
Okay, so that day, the dean of students addressed the meeting, addressed the parliamentarians, the speaker that day.
What did he say?
Okay, so he said um, management is trying to secure loans to build more hostels to accommodate students.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, please. I'm grateful.
Okay. So you will sing the national anthem.
The national anthem. Please, I'd like to start. The national anthem. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, both to defend forever and the cause of freedom and of might. With the it's been a while. It's been a while.
So, okay, it seems funny, but please, you have to. Yes. No, no, no. Please continue.
Okay. Now we can sit down. Right. So I think as right chair, you are very good. Chair, I think the problem is he actually mistook the opportunity of a campaign based on the numbers that he has. I'm actually seeing. But I think yeah, but I'm saying that is the way I see the problem. So in we helping him out. So you should know that this is event. So some of your reactions to the crowd does not matter here. And then get to why you are here. I see on one of your empowerment policies, you said my administration will establish campaign, and you are bolding that. So I think it is very dear to you. Now tell us what you mean by this go for help.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chairman, honorable panel member, I'll plead if I can use to explain my policy. Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Um, Water region in Ghana at large. And the students, they have their SRC. And this is a community, it's a land, belongs to someone. So there is a chief. There is a chief. This is also a municipality. They are having municipal assembly. This same bigger circle is also having, it's also a constituency. It's also having an MP. This bigger circle is large and is having several businessmen and entrepreneurs, several media houses. So these people are made of several people, and we are students here. And this is our management. Management. And now, it depends mostly on management. These people here, they have something peculiar, something treasurable, and that is they are the only health institution in the constituency or the community and Ghana at large. So, and this, they are taking all their financial sources from this place, the management, and it is not yielding good results. So what can they do? These people here, the community, needs help to develop. That's why we say you must health for development. So this health, Hope for Health campaign is to impact the lives of the people here, for them to also impact our lives. So if we are going there to lobby, we have something to base on, which is the Hope for Health. So this Hope for Health is to influence the community, to empower the students of university, to make the students recognized, to project the students to the world, to show that we are the only health institution. And when it comes to health matters, our community, our region, and when it comes to health matters, our region, our community should be the best. That is the main aim of this Hope for Health campaign. Thank you.
All right. I see. I see. This panel is here to also take up discovery. We like it when somebody is bringing something new on board. I want to get what you're saying. So, you mean you want to, about what the Constitution tells you to do? You are looking at extending the province out there to the people, making sure that your students reach out to the people. Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
So that means that you are going outside the student terrain.
Can I consult the Constitution? I would like to quote something from the Constitution.
Did you get my question?
I get your question.
Okay.
Okay. I want to refer to the Constitution.
Okay.
To answer the question.
Okay.
So, if possible, we can go to Article 4. Chapter 2, Article 4. Chapter 2, Article 4, cross section E. Article 4. Okay, page number 2.
Page. The way you put it, that's why you raised it. So it will be Article 4 plus 2.
Okay, Article 4 cross 2.
Is that where you want to get to?
No, Article 4 cross 1. Cross 1. Cross 1. Okay. Article 4 cross 1.
Then subclause.
Yeah, there's clause E. Can I read? Aims and objectives. E. Fostering good relations between students of this university and the outside world. So this is the aim of the SRC, and this is what I want to do. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Chair, have you paid your NAMSA dues?
Yes, please.
How much did you pay?
10 Ghana cedis.
10 cedis. When did you pay that? When did you pay that? When did you pay that?
I was the one collecting it, so I paid it to myself.
When?
When? Oh, Honorable Member, I can't really recall the date, but I paid the first semester.
So where is the money?
Oh, it's with the treasurer.
You keep money with the treasurer?
No, please. So the treasurer will take it to the bank.
Adam, do you know that in the mind of the students, they think you handle the finances of the students, right? An assumption of you being the SRC president. So they will start raising a whole lot of complaints that you are not maybe putting the money of the students in use. Financial accounting process in the university. Because most of the students will be questioning you if they've realized you're not putting their money in use based on your policy. What explanation are you going to give them? Because if you do understand the financial accounting process in the university, you know what to say to them.
Okay.
So, do you understand the financial accounting process in the university?
Honorable member, see, it's a structure. The SRC is a structure, and we all have a role to play. So I think the financial accounting process, I will leave that for the treasurers to tackle.
So, you don't know the financial system in the university. So, if somebody questions you on the fact that you're not putting their money in use based on your policy, you can't have any tangible reasons for the person.
I know the treasurers will surely update the students on their finances.
So you're not supposed to be involved in the financial system, right?
I will not be involved in the financial aspect. Plenty.
So you're not supposed to have any knowledge.
Oh, oh no, no. I have some knowledge. I have some knowledge.
Maybe it's a question that you don't have enough answers to.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I have some knowledge on the financial.
So answer him again.
And so, do you know that when there is any financial malfeasance or maybe something, you're not going to publish the treasurer name. It's you, the SRC president, and your administration. They're going to publish you. Your picture is going to come there. So I think you have to answer the question very well.
So concerning the financial process, um, I know all money is released from the approved by Parliament to the province will surely be released to the provincial treasurer. Be released to the provincial treasurer, and all the monies that we are going to generate from our programs will also pass through the provincial treasurer to the federal treasurer.
No, the question that he's asking, you have to go straight to the point and answer that question. He's asking that do you have to even have a knowledge or do you have to have something to do with it when it comes to issues of finances as the president? So you just have to go straight to the point. Do you get it? You want to know whether when it comes to issues of finances as the president, do you have something to do with it? Is a yes or no? If yes, why or how? Why is it? If no, then that is it.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so yes, you. I think. Is it okay, or you should explain?
Okay. So in a situation whereby maybe you have a project to run, all right? You have written to the federal SRC to get you the fund. You want to run a project for your province, right? And in a case whereby the money is not approved, what are you going to do?
The money is not approved by the federal. I, I want you to come again.
From the right channels. You've gone through all the right channels. But that's still, the budget isn't approved. Therefore, you can't implement your policies or your project. What are you going to do?
Oh, okay. So let's take this for an instance. We want to renovate, let's say, Trafalgar Auditorium, and we've passed through all the process. We've reached the top, and there are no funds for the project. So, as a provincial SRC president who is seeking for the welfare of his people, I will try my possible best, get investors outside, people outside who will help us to execute that project.
Do we have any one? Yes, please. Okay, you have to.
So if you become the SRC president, whole chapter, and then yeah, hope is, and you've been published by an executive that you've misused the school's money. Which success are you going to use in defending yourself in order to secure your dignity?
Okay, that's a very nice question. But what I will do is I will surely sit with that executive. I will sit with that executive. Then we go through everything for the person to retract the statement. If I also release another statement, also try, it will add more fire to the problem. And I will not like that to happen. So what I will do is, we are all humans, and when we sit, we can solve our problems. Are you okay?
Please, any more questions?
Gentlemen,
Yes.
I'm Joshua Tete, MBA level 300. Please, I want to ask that how do you understand a province? Okay, and what is an example of a province?
Very nice question. The question is, what is a province? And please, can you come again? Can you come again?
Or your understanding about a province and an example of a province?
So, um, a province, a province is a campus or an area which has a particular number of people, which has a particular number of people. So, an example of a province is whole campus is a province.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
much. All right. Is any additions? Okay. All right. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
So
Hello. We've seated for long, so we're given a 15-minute break so that we can proceed with the other candidates. Sorry, with the other. Thank you very much.
there's something there.
So, thank you all for coming. At this juncture, we'll go for a break and then we'll come back in 30 minutes. However, when we come back, we are going to start with the vetting of the federal executives. With the federal executives, we start with the federal women's commissioner aspirants. With federal women's commissioner aspirants, we started with the vetting of Madam Precious Oleño. The second name I can pronounce it. So, when you watch it, then from there we go to the federal treasurer. With the federal treasurer, we have Madam Getru Manini. Madam Getru Manini.
Let's focus on this.
Hello? Yeah, Mike too. Alright, so this is UHAS TV. We are at the vetting of the candidate for the 2021 SRC elections. Currently, they are done with the vetting of the local NUCs and the provincial, and the next group is going to be the federal. So I'll be speaking to some people to tell us what they think so far of the vetting. I mean, the process was quite smooth. Not many people came earlier, but then now there's not much people because much of the anticipation is being directed towards the vetting of the federal president. So the SRC Electoral Commission just made changes that three of the candidates will be vetted tonight, whilst the other three will be vetted tomorrow on Sunday at Hohe. So that is the challenge. So only three of the candidates will be vetted today. So the first person to be vetted will be Emmanuel Isobontin. The second person to be vetted would be Ishak Moro, and the final person to be vetted would be according to what is on the flyer. So the guy from Hogwarts, in person of Master Gabriel and Rudolph Staningers, will be vetted at Hogwarts. So that is the schedule for the entire vetting process. So in about 20 minutes, the vetting process will resume and they will begin vetting of the federal aspirants, beginning with the treasurer, the secretary, and finally the president. So if you are watching us below in the comment section, let us know what you think about the election, about the vetting process so far. What are your thoughts? I mean, what do you think? Some of the aspirants came in and they were different from each other in as much as they were all students. All of them have different policies, different ambitions, and so many different things that they wanted to do. So what do you think? Let us know in the comments below and we'll read all of them. So I'll be speaking to some people for them to give us their opinions on how they felt the vetting went in some few minutes. So stay with us. So first of all, we'll be speaking to the Chief Justice to give us his opinion on the vetting process so far. He was part of the panel of judges here, so he joins me now. Oh, hello and thank you. Yeah, I live with UHAS based TV. What is your whole opinion about the entire vetting process?
Okay, so thank you very much, and a very good evening to all the students in the UHAS community. I must say you guys are doing a very marvelous work. So far so good. I think I've been here for the past 45 minutes still. This current break-in. I think so far the vetting is going on well. I mean, all the aspirants, or let me say candidates, are good. They prepared well. The vetting panel chaired by the AC chair is doing quite a marvelous work. I must commend him and his deputies. And the vetting committee, I must say, I'm very, very impressed with the work they are doing so far. I mean, with the kind of questions they are asking, I think it's tailor made for all the offices. So, assuming someone who is contesting for the position of the provincial president comes, I think all the questions are presidential questions related. And I think it's one of the things I've realized, and I think is very good because most often than not, we've observed vetting committee which seems to ask questions which are unrelatable to the various portfolios. So I must also commend the vetting committee members for putting up such a splendid, work so far. In all, the candidates too, have been very, very, groomed, prepared towards this vetting. So far, so good. So, in simple terms, it's been wonderful. A vetting, I must say, commend both the EC once again, as well as how prepared the individual candidates are. So far, so good.
So what about the portfolios that have just one person? What happens if they are disqualified or if they qualify? I mean, if they are disqualified, it means no one's going to be there. If they qualify, they are virtually going to win the position based on any amount of votes they get.
Okay, so the fact that you are going unopposed doesn't mean you are automatically the winner. You need to secure the 50 plus 1 vote as enshrined in the constitution and also in the LI or the CI for this particular election. So per the CI, you're supposed to get 50 plus 1 vote. That is percentage wise. So the fact that you are going unopposed doesn't mean it makes you an automatic winner. Okay, you need to secure that amount of votes or that number of votes. So for those going unopposed, if you are disqualified by the vetting committee per the constitution, the EC has to open nomination within a particular set of days or number of days for people to reapply. If nobody applies, then the onus now lies on the incoming executives to appoint people to occupy those positions. So yeah, if anybody doesn't go for a particular position after it's been open for reapplication, the incoming house or the elected executives would have to appoint people to occupy those positions. So yes.
Yeah, so finally, before you go, the deputy EC chair was just saying that some of the candidates will be vetted, yeah, whilst others will be vetted as well. But then out of the five candidates who are contesting, just four of them are from whole campus, whilst one is from Hallway. So is there any reason behind the shifting of the extra two candidates? Because many people are anticipating for the vetting of the presidential.
If I got you right, is there a reason why people or some of the candidates ought to be vetted at Hohoi instead of all of them being vetted there? I think the EC, the Electoral Commission, has that autonomous power to determine what they want to do. So most often than not, elections really eats into late night, sometimes 1 a.m., 2 p.m., 2 a.m. Sorry, I quite remember during my election 2018. The SRC presidents were vetted around 2 a.m. So you can just imagine. And now we have five candidates. So they are on break. It's almost 9. So assuming they start vetting them around 10, you can imagine it will eat late into night. So I think it was very prudent on their part to divide into three here, two there, if I'm not mistaken. So three candidates will be vetted here, then two will be vetted uh, at the Hohoi campus. I think it's also good because for the past 6 or so years, we haven't really had a vetting there for the SRC presidential candidates or aspirants. So I think we going to Hohoi sort of rekindle the belongingness Hohoi has with whole campus. So I think it's right, it's good for they also to witness at least the presidents will be vetted in the Hohoi campus. So I think it's okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that was the Chief Justice of the SRC. So next, I'll speak to a different person to get their opinions on the vetting so far. So generally, the atmosphere here has been calm, no more tension as compared to the other schools. So it's been a general atmosphere. So I'm asking some of the persons who participated what their experience are, what they expected, or what surprised them. So thank you for joining us. So in general, what is your whole view about the vetting process you have observed so far?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Joshua Tete, MBMB level 300 students. Okay, so far, following proceedings, I must applaud the vetting committee that they are doing a very great job. And also UHAS Base TV for bringing this vetting live. Every student in their hostels can actually know what is going on. So at the end of the day, when a committee comes up to the results, then students cannot have a feeling, okay, this is fair. Because even if you're not there in your hostels, you can just take your phone and follow the proceedings. So UHAS Base TV is doing a very great job. And also with how they have structured the questions, I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed. Anyone who comes to see that the committee, they are giving them questions, questions that if you're able to answer them, means that you have qualities of a good leader. Because when you come to vetting is actually going to do a work of testing if the person can face maybe crowd, leadership. Okay, so at the end of the day, you see that anyone who comes out through the vetting successfully is someone that, okay, the people deem fit to lead them. Because if you are biased in vetting, it affects leadership. At the end of the day, the whole student's body lies on the vetting committee. Someone can come up with good policies, but he doesn't have the know-how to implement those policies. So the vetting committee is actually doing a great job by going through some of the policies, asking them questions, how will you go about it, making room for others to even come with their views, to question them based on what they have come up with. Because this is what they said they will do. They need to hold them by what the tenants that they will do. So I think it's very great. It's been great so far with how proceedings are going. It's been very awesome, and I hope it continues that way.
Was any of them able to convince you to vote for them based on what they said here?
Um, I'll say yes. I'll say yes. You're able to convince, but some were able to convince me personally enough because I'm someone who is, I want to be convinced. That's why I like politics. Because if you bring policies, you're able to defend them. Then there's one thing to defend your policies, another thing to tell us how you are going to implement those policies. Because if you can defend the policy, because maybe you read around it, but how will you defend it? Maybe the person does not know the structure to follow. So if you have all the structures in place, you can implement those things. You get the graph, yes. So that's how it is. So they should be able to implement those things. But with the federal, I think, women commissioner during her vetting, I learned a lot from her, her bonus, and also the local news, Mr. Fadil. He also did very well. Also did very well. And the provincial whole province, he also did very well. But like he was trying to take us for joke. We need to work on that. Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, finally, I'll speak to one last person who is yet to join me to get his views on the entire vetting process. So that was the view of somebody who has been here since the beginning. So, like I said earlier, there has been vetting of the whole local nukes and the provisional. So, in the next few minutes, there's going to be vetting of the federal candidate, and the federal candidate is going to start with the treasurer, the secretary, and then finally the presidential. And as he said, only three of the presidential candidates will be vetted today. So I'm being joined by Jan, who gave us his view. He has been here from 4 p.m. to watch the entire vetting process, and actually, he is making his intentions of contesting for any of the positions in UHAS. So thank you for joining us. What is your opinion of the vetting process so far?
Okay, first of all, I'm Johnny Manas earlier said, faculty junior of the Department of Orthotics and Prosthetics. So my opinion upon or to this vetting, I think the panels are putting out a very nice questions. But with respect to the performance of this contestant, that's very poor. Because how can you be asked a question the difference between a position you are vying for and a position of the same how to call it category but just above you and you can't tell the difference. Example, whole provincial and federal SRC. You don't know the difference. That's very poor. It means you are forced for this position. That's what I would say for that. Because but to the panel, they are being just and sincere to them. Answer the question and get the right mark. Yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
So based on this, do you still want to stand for any of the positions or you will not stand again?
Oh, based on their performance, shouldn't change my idea or my.
Not necessarily the perform, but the vetting committee, the questions they asked and everything. Has it changed your whole perception, or you still want to go?
I still want to go because this question shouldn't put me off. I believe when I improve myself and work hard, I can make it in the near future.
Thank you. So that was the opinion of Jan, who was also here to watch the whole vetting process. Yeah, so generally it has been a calm atmosphere. Everything was running smoothly, perfect. And then in the next few minutes, the vetting of the federal aspirants will begin, beginning with the treasurer, the secretary, and the president. Nobody knows when it will end, but then since some of the candidates have been shifted to Huawei, it's likely the vetting wouldn't take as much time as it was anticipated to be. So each candidate will get 20 minutes each to be vetted by the panel of about seven different judges. So stay with us here on US based TV for coverage of the entire vetting process. Again, you can leave your comments down below if you are watching on YouTube, and we'll try as much as possible to read them out. Thank you.
let's get seated. Whoever. Okay, so we continue our vetting 2021 general SRC and local news elections vetting. In the name of the Father, the Lord, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. So we continue with the federal executives. Like I said earlier, we'll begin with the Federal Women's Commissioner, followed by the Federal Treasurer, then one of the aspirants for the Federal Secretary. From there, we go into the Federal Presidential aspirants. However, there's a little bit change due to small misunderstanding, which was sorted out. So instead of we going according to what was according to the arrangement from the flyers, we actually did a balloting back door to see which candidates would come in first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. So after the balloting, we have Master Gabriel Ayikwene coming first, followed by Master Rudolph Sedem coming second, and then Master uh, Moru Isaku coming third here in Wo campus. From there, Master Elijah Nyaku and then Master Esubonte Emmanuel will be vetted in Hohoi campus on Sunday, which will also be broadcasted live in UHAS based TV for all who campus students to view. So, without wasting much time, we will call in aspirant Federal Women's Commissioner to be vetted. Vetting panel, please, are you ready? Are you ready for? Are you ready for her? I want to remind you that we are still streaming it live on UHAS based on YouTube, and you can send your comments and your questions in the comment section, and then we will read it out, especially the questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
So we have a deficit. What we have here, please, you have more than yes. See, so you printed out. I mean, you did your photocopy 88 for all documents. Miss Precious. Okay, so please introduce yourself to us.
Please, thank you very much for the opportunity. Hello, Nyaku Precious, a level 300 student of nursing, and I'm aspiring for the position of the federal worker.
What is your definition for formal dressing?
Pardon?
What is your definition of a formal dressing?
Formal dressing.
Yes.
Thank you. Formal dressing is a dressing you or a way you put on your apparel to appear before formal meetings or gatherings. Yes,
So can you say that you are formally dressed?
please. But I stand to be corrected.
Anyway, you want to aspire for, or you're aspiring for the position of a federal woman. What is the function of a federal woman?
Thank you very much. The federal WOCOM is in charge or is responsible for helping the ladies in the campus or on the school, the ladies in the school, to come up more in their ability to take part in academic aid, sorry, in the school's affairs and also responsibilities of the school, as well as holding positions in the school as well. So they are not, she's responsible for empowering the ladies to come out better in contributing to the development of the school. She's also responsible for um, helping the ladies to come out more with regards to their psychological, emotional, physical, and mental well being. Because I've realized that some people are, or the WUCOM realized that some people are um, having this low self-esteem as a result of maybe a physical problem, psychological or emotional. I personally have gone through that when I was in level 100. If you all look at my CV, my detailed result, you see that my level 100 through to 200 was very poor because I was really suffering emotionally and physically because I was lacking some support from home. There are other people who have found themselves in these positions as well. So I believe the WUCOM has the duty of helping them with this. Thank you very much.
Yes, you answered the question, but you deviated in a way.
Yes, please.
Because I wanted to know the duty of a wokum.
Yes, please.
Do you understand?
Yes,
You
please.
answered by at the long line, at the long of the line, you deviated.
Yes, please. So am I given the opportunity to come again?
Okay, come again.
Thank you very much. one of the duties of a WOCOM is to empower the ladies to come out better in contributing to the budget and present it all by myself. But with the aid of the committee set up not just by myself, but by my deputies and also approval from the SRC executives, we will draw the budget.
So do you have a treasurer? Does the Women
No.
Commission have a treasurer? I'm
Yes.
asking you.
Do they have a treasurer?
Yes.
No, please.
You don't have a treasurer. Let's go to Article 88. Let's first read it. Article 88. No, it should be 89. And it reads Executives of the Women Commission. Are you there?
Yes, please, I am.
So read it fast.
Okay, the executives of the Women Commission shall be composed of a chairperson, vice chairpersons, secretary, treasurer.
Okay, so you stop there.
Yes.
So there's a treasurer.
Yes, please, there's a treasurer. I skipped this.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So please, to my left.
For now, I don't really have a question, but I'll attend to it later.
That's Precious.
Yes,
I can't
please.
mention the surname, so I'll stick with the Precious. We had a gender-based seminar this morning. Were you there for it?
Gender-based seminar this
Yes.
morning.
Yes. You were there.
Yes,
Okay. I'm sure you realize we had to practically beg people to come and sit in all the
Yes.
meetings. When you are voted, assuming I'm giving you the position now, as the WUCOM, federal WUCOM, what would you have done to have prevented that incident from happening?
Please, thank you very much. I don't think I can solve all the problems, but I believe working directly with the people can help me encourage them to um, bring out a good turnout. One thing I've realized about students' participation in this type of events is it's like they've lost hope because of administrations and all that. I personally don't know how the SRC administration of this current administration is being run, but it's like we students, we've seen things, the way things have happened is like we've lost hope. Anyone can be in position, anyone can be in leadership. So we don't really involve ourselves. So one thing I can say is working together with my team. I don't want all the glory because I can't do this on my own. How the students will turn up, I can't do it on my own. So working with the team, or putting everyone involved, and also working with my committee as well. And now my committee, despite the fact that it comprises of some people according to the article 89, I would also love to work with the various course reps who are females, who comes of other associations, and also ladies who want to avail themselves to become maybe future WUCOMs, treasurers, or whatever in the SRC or any other place. So that when we start doing this work together, I'm sure you've built a ground to work with the people. So it's like you can relate with what they need, with what they want. So when you're giving them something, you are really giving them what they want. And also with the hostels, I can't go on the publicity and all that if there is a program by myself. So why not work with the hostel reps, presidents, or floor reps, so that when there is information to be disseminated, I do it through them. Once in a while, I show up myself or do the underground work and let people opportunity to also feel that they are involved in something. Please, I think that's the way I would go about this.
I'm getting you right. You think today's program there wasn't enough publicity.
Oh no, please, there was enough publicity. Please, you asked me how I would do it so that the turn up will
Because
come up.
you are telling me you would ensure there's more publicity.
And please, one thing I made mention of was working with people.
Actors.
So that they feel involved in what they are doing. One thing about students that I've also noticed is um, when your body tells you something, you trust it more than when someone else just comes to say it to you. So there was enough publicity, and I've also been given the opportunity to help in this publicity by the current WUCOM. So there has been enough publicity. I have realized it, I have seen it. But the turn-up was poor, not because the WUCOM didn't do her job. No, but please, you asked me how I'll go about this, and I'm saying that I would love to involve the people. So when I tell the hostel reps, the course reps, and all that, the female leaders in various associations, to take this up, it's like they are involved, and they've already been having interactions with their colleagues and all that. So if a fellow colleague comes to tell you that, hey, let's do this, let's do that, you feel the vibe more than if just someone comes to say it.
Thank you,
Please,
Sister
thank you for the question.
Precious. Sister Precious, can you give me some of the criteria, or maybe the criteria that will lead you to become a federal woman?
Yes, please.
I mean, the requirement we asked you.
Yes, please. You asked for some documents. That's CV, a recommendation letter, a GPA of 3.0.
Exactly. So let's stop there. CGPA rather, not GPA.
Oh, yes, please. I thought GPA. Sorry, I missed that.
Right, so this is between you and us.
Yes,
Okay.
please. Yes, please.
So I will leave it for the rest of the panel to justify it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Miss Precious.
Yes, please.
Okay, it's an oversight too, but I must say that you are very good.
Thank you very much.
You are very good, and then as you are really trying to, as you've even taken also upon yourself to come this far, it's a lot of what do I say, bravery. Okay, you have all the qualities it takes to be a leader, but unfortunately, we cannot continue with this vetting because of the obvious. Okay, because of the obvious. If I had my way, I would have just gone with it. But we are guided by this. You understand? Otherwise, tomorrow you see somebody in court contesting this, and then we'll all find ourselves in trouble.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Miss, uh, I'm happy to see that you are taking it in good stride. Don't be discouraged at all. Okay. So this betting panel is being led by it's having standards we have to protect. We cannot go against this because this is the definite oath you actually swear to the UHAS populace. Okay. But I can tell you that there is hope in the sense that our constitution is up for review, and this is a matter which is under a lot of debate. So it is good that everything that is happening here is captured on record, and it can be an evidence for us to look at in future proceedings. All right. So thank you very much for applying.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I saw something.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will continue to the next aspirant. In the person of Madam Banini, Madam Gertrude Banini, vying for the position of Federal Treasurer. We begin soon. Okay, so Madam Gertrude Banini will come in now. Honorable Gertrude Banini,
Yes, please.
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have your transcript here.
Um, the C, I am supposed to submit my CV and my policy document.
And then we will go and look for.
I submitted the transcript to the deputy committee chair. That was when I was submitting my form.
All right. Okay, no problem. You have. But anyway,
I have.
you have a copy. Sure, sure. And do us the favor.
I didn't bring it here.
All right. Let the panel also confirm. All right. Let them confirm, please. Okay. So, please, a brief introduction. Just brief, please.
Oh,
Proceed.
okay. So my name is Gertrude Banini, a level 10 student offering a Bachelor of Science Nursing in the School of Nursing and Midwifery. I'm a very ambitious and open-minded woman. Thank you. Mr. Icy, the transcript is.
All right. Okay. Okay. So,
Okay, so Miss Banini, my first question, why are you here?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm here to be vetted for the position of Federal SRC Treasurer. Thank you.
What is the difference between a treasurer and a financial secretary?
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, so in some organizations or institutions, you would have both a treasurer and a financial secretary. But in some organizations, you only have either a treasurer or financial secretary. So in a case where you find only the treasurer and the financial secretary, that person can take out the roles of both the treasurer and the financial secretary. But if we have to find ourselves in an organization where we have both the treasurer and the financial secretary, the duty of the treasurer is he or she is supposed to oversee all the financial transactions of that association, and the financial secretary is the one who is responsible for the record keeping, financial record keeping, and reporting. So with the treasurer overseeing the financial transaction, it includes budgeting. Yes, thank you very much.
Who is the current Minister of Finance? Who is the Governor of Bank of Ghana?
No idea, please.
All right. So maybe after this meeting, you can go and check for that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I only have two questions. One to check your problem solving ability. So I only have two questions.
Okay.
So I just want to check your problem solving ability, and then we'll look at the constitution. Is that okay? I only have two questions for you.
Okay.
We'll look at your problem solving ability,
Okay.
and then we'll look at the constitution. Is that okay? All right. So why don't we look at the constitution first?
Okay.
All right. So before we open the constitution and go into it, there is something in there for you as your role, which says you have to actually give to the student properties a vivid account of their financial transactions and how things are going. All right.
Yes,
You know how the constitution puts it. Just paraphrase. How is it?
Oh, okay. I think the constitution mandates the treasurer to give a detailed financial report at the beginning, at the end of.
Okay, so let's go into it. Point it out.
Okay.
Come here. So I follow.
Okay. So chapter 8 of the Constitution, Article 50 says, Article 61 clause 1. SRC Treasurer shall, at the last sitting of the SRC Parliament for the first and second semester, present a detailed and audited financial statement which shall comprise all transactions carried out in the name of the SRC within the given tenure. This shall also be done on the General Assemblies of all campuses.
That's great. So this is very important. The Constitution has laid down certain things for transparency and accountability. You are in the current parliament, right?
Yes, please.
Has this been done in the first semester?
No.
I see. And likewise, maybe it may not even be done even in the second semester. So what is your comment on that?
Okay, so per my knowledge, there was a financial report that was done by the federal SRC treasurer, and she posted it on the parliamentary page, and was like she asked for the permission to share to the students. But I think the audit committee chairperson, after some people went through, like there were some mistakes and some after, so she should hold on. So they were going to go through when everything is done, then she can go ahead and do that.
Okay, so the point is, ideally, it's supposed to be a parliamentary sitting where she informs the speaker and then she brings a report in front of the student to present this out there.
Yes, please.
So this is something that it must be done. It must be done.
It must be done. And
the treasurers have not been giving us an account of our money.
Yes.
So we want to hold you on check that you will do different.
Yes.
Right?
It's in my policy document.
Yes, it's in words, but we want it to translate into actions.
I promise that.
Okay, so the last thing is a very critical. I want you to take it easy and then answer it. Okay? So I'll put it in a general or no man's name. When you as a treasurer have an issue with your president, how do you go about it?
Please, what kind of issue exactly?
Financial.
Okay, so let me give a scenario. Let's say I feel the president has misappropriated funds or anything. The best thing for me to do is to inform the Speaker of Parliament. That's through the clerk. And in that, let me say, literally informing the House. Then a committee of inquiry will be created to look into that matter. And if they've come up with any issue or any, if the president is found out to be guilty, they will forward the issue to the disciplinary committee to take action. And when they come, whatever, let me say, whatever punishment they would like to gives to the president, they would send. That will be up. Then maybe it will be for the dean of students.
Okay, so
Yes.
that's
So
impressive.
yes, I'll
That's
write to
impressive.
the
But let me add something. So first of all, you are working federal executives.
yes.
So the first touch is your president, vice, the secretary, the WUCOM.
Yes.
So that's the first table that you go to.
Yes,
It
please.
doesn't work out. Then the next thing is the executive committee,
Okay.
where the provincial doesn't work out there. That is when you come to parliament.
All right.
Then it continues with what you said.
Okay.
So
Thank
we
you.
will not see a communique from you, right?
No, please.
That's fine.
Okay. I think after you're done with your tenure of office, let's see right now, you are the Federal SRC Treasurer. Right,
Okay.
okay. And when you are done, you are going to meet the internal audit.
Okay.
All right. So right now, um, who is the current director of the internal audit?
Um, Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
It is Mr. Thomas.
Okay. Yeah, take it like that. Okay, so another thing too is that you see, always at the end of the day, like let's say you guys are coming to end your tenure of office, right? You see, people will misplace or maybe financial malfeasance or something. Somebody will say, I have no knowledge about it. I didn't know that we do this, we didn't do this. So how are you going to ensure that when you guys are coming to the end of your tenure of office, there won't be such issues? Because some money will be given to people. Like for instance, an example is let's say maybe I'm going to buy a sachet water or a bag of sachet water, and that one there is no receipt. Maybe I've taken a taxi to maybe the station or something. There's no receipt. So because of that, the person didn't take anything into consideration and that. So during at the end of the day, he will say that, oh, me have no anything about it. I have no knowledge about how to go about it. So how are you going to ensure that all your committees, everybody gets knowledge about this issue so that you don't find yourself wondering or maybe in trouble at the end of the day?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the problem with the current administration and previous one thing I find very faulty is that when executives or let me say committee members are coming to power, there's no orientation. They don't. They should be. I think, or I believe they should be taken through some of these things. Because, like you were saying, someone will say that he had no idea about that. He didn't know the right thing to be done. So I believe that they should be oriented very well on this because some of the people who are the aspirants have never been in parliament. They don't know how things. Me, my first time in parliament, I was a little bit confused because I had no orientation. I had to learn on the job. Yes, that's for one part of your question. And we're also saying that in situations where people or a committee chairperson takes a taxi from here to, let's say, Guinness, and there's no receipt for that. There's something known as the certificate of honor. So if you know you are going to undertake any service on behalf of the SRC, you know you cannot get receipts for that. You are supposed to inform us. We are going to give you that certificate of honor. You don't do things on your own and come and say that, um, like as you said, there's nothing to account for. No. Thank you very much.
So I also, as an advice that I would like to give you that, you see, at the end of the day, because the internal audits, they are going to audit you, the school, the university. So I think maybe through your orientation, you can invite them.
All right.
You get it, so that they'll come and give you a brief, everything about even, because sometimes at the end of the day, some will present their reports and they'll tell them that it is not in the right way. So in order to prevent yourself from all these things, you invite them so that they will come and let's say have a time with your people and explain everything to them very well, right?
All right. Okay. Thank you.
My left.
I'm very glad you've presented to us so many qualifications and as well as your experiences. So I want to question you on that.
All right.
Tell me your biggest failure related to your leadership.
My biggest failure.
Sure.
Okay, so you talked about my in general, or is it pertain to any of
No, in general.
Okay, so I wouldn't call that a failure, but me being the committee chairperson of the exchange program on foreign affairs, me come again. All right. So, like I was saying, one thing I couldn't do as the committee chairperson of the exchange program on foreign affairs was coming to office. I was told that the executive committee and the president that we try to have an exchange program for students on campus. But unfortunately, because of the COVID, we weren't able to do that. And even with that, we were supposed to go and see the one in charge, I mean the exchange officer. We're not even, as at now, I've not met him in person, which I think is a very bad thing. So that's what I can say. Thank you very much.
And also, you are aware that you are going to work hand in hand with different people,
Yes,
right?
please.
Okay. So, what challenges have you ever been through with a colleague or with your co-worker? What challenges
Mhm.
have you ever had with your co-worker or your colleague? And that challenge, how did you deal with it? Because definitely, if you are being put on power, you're
Yes.
going to have colleagues around you. And based on your experiences that you had, you're going to make some corrections in that. So, what kind of challenges did you have with your colleagues you ever worked with? And also, how you dealt with the situation or the challenge?
Okay. Thank you very much. As we all know, sometimes it's not that easy working with people. I have a study group on campus. We started, it's a personal study group, it's since level 100. Even though the group is still in section, along the line, there was one time when we had a misunderstanding due to lack of communication. And out of anger, and I just decided to leave the group. And other group members, the group almost collapsed. But later, sitting down and having, like I said, it's a lack of communication. We all sitting there having a dialogue and coming together to have a common ground. I just have to let the issue go and then the group back. So, no, please. Like I said, it was. I said there was lack of communication. That means informations. I wouldn't like to go into details. Yes. Mhm.
Sure.
All right. So even in this instance I'm talking about, the lack of communication was not necessarily between me and whoever. It was between two people. I was just caught in the middle. And because I felt like I said I was accused wrongly, I just decided to just leave her. But like I said, so it was my anger at that point. Yes. I don't have a challenge with anger. I said in that instance.
Sure.
So I'm saying that in that instance, you gave me a scenario that I should give you a scenario where I said in that instance, I don't think anyone here have. In that instance, I was angry and I took a decision, but I had to come back to my senses and there was conflict resolution. Thank you very much.
Miss Vanini,
Yes, please.
can you prepare a budget?
Yes, I can.
Okay, please demonstrate how you prepare a budget. There's a marker there on the
All
board.
right. Thank you.
Okay. So what percentage is miscellaneous?
10%.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I have your seat? Just a quick one. Or before any withdrawal can be made from the SRC account, just before any it has to be a budget that has been approved by Parliament. Right?
Yes, please.
There are some expenses that does not go through Parliament. Do you know of it?
Okay. Yes.
What expenses are that?
Administrative expenses.
Okay. Okay. Why? Why doesn't it go through Parliament?
I have no idea.
First, who spends that administrative expenses?
Okay, so it's the executive committee on their maybe day-to-day activities in running the administration.
Okay. All right.
You see how humble you are as you are sitting. How humble you are as you are sitting.
Yes, please.
Assure us that you are going to be more submissive to your president.
More submissive to my president. In what sense? Excuse me to ask.
I wouldn't like to figure in some of the things going on or going around, but
Okay.
how submissive are you? And you are going to inculcate in your leadership.
Okay. I'm a submissive person, but I believe I have duties to also discharge. Yes. So if I'm going to work hand in hand with all executive, I'm going to be cordial with everyone. But like I said, I'll be voted into power. I'm not going to be appointed. I'll be voted by the people to check to serve as a check on the other executives. I'll also be serving as a check to me. So like I said, I'm not getting your the content in which you are saying submissive. I'll be submissive, but when it goes against my values or my duties per the constitution, I don't think I'll be that submissive. Thank you very much.
Please, in which year did UHAS start operating?
In 2012. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't want to go through your documents, but which game do you actually like best playing?
Game.
Yes. I mean sports.
Sports.
Which sport do you follow? Anything?
Follow.
Sports that you follow? Yes.
I don't really follow sports, but I play long tennis. Yes, with my friends.
You play, but you don't follow, right?
Yes, yeah.
What's your hobby? Hobby. Hobby.
Reading. Playing games like chess, Monopoly. Music. I like listening to music. That's my
Music.
favorite.
Which type of music?
Um, I have a wide variety. I listen to cruise, rock and roll, jazz, country music.
Okay, so um, give me one musician, okay, and who is in this R&B cruise, okay, and then the composure, that is the music this person has made, just one music, and then the name of the musician in R&B cruise.
Okay, Elton John, Sacrifice.
All right, thank you. So,
Okay, thank you very much. Now we take any question from our audience. If anybody has a question for Madam Gertrude. Any question? Hey, Mujama Anako free. Okay.
Just a simple question. You said one of your favorite games to play is chess. Alright, so who makes the first move in a chess game? Who makes the first move in a chess game?
Quite.
Alright, thank you.
Without any further question, thank you very much for coming, madam. Yes.
Thank you for having me.
So, our next aspirant to come in is Mr. Akabwa Patrick Evans Kofi, carrying the position of Federal Secretary. Mr. Akabwa Evans Patrick Kofi. Yes.
Yes, please.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, so Rob, what you here?
I'm currently here to be vetted for the position of the Federal SRC Secretary this evening.
Okay, so you speak like take your time, and then since you are being analyzed, okay, so you take your time when you're speaking.
Yes, please.
All right. So the question again, what brought you here?
Yeah, I'm here to be vetted for the position of the Federal SRC Secretary.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, so a brief introduction.
I go by the name Akabwa Patrick Evans Kofi, a level 300 general nursing student of this institution. I'm an individual with a great interest in student leadership. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So from your policies, um, that is point two. If I'm calling or I'm making the numbering right, to make quality use of social media platforms, student emails, or SMS distributions, blah blah blah. What is so important is to make quality use of social media platforms. Again, I know
I'm just queuing you. Say this UHAS base TV. When you come, trust me, for the past few times that I have viewed there, you go there and then 3 months video which is posted long time, you see only 123 views. How do you do, or what do you do to improve that?
Thank you very much for the question. I think UHAS based TV came not long ago, but then I must say they are doing very well. And for I think the highest view so far I have seen, I stand to be it's around 500 and something. It all depends on the students' interest in their activities. I think currently they are doing very well, as I said. The content matters because not everyone will just subscribe to a channel where they have no interest in. So I think it depends on the content they are putting out there.
So let's say content, everything is right.
Yes, please.
So pertaining to your content that you think will be more publicized or be more watched, okay,
Yes,
what do you do? And you still go there and then you still have the same views, which is not encouraging. What do you do about it?
I think about the subscription and the views, we need to start from somewhere, especially the level hundreds. For the continuing students, their interest in this is a bit down due to obvious reasons. But for the level hundreds, I think when they come fresh, they should be our main target for this. As times goes on, hopefully the continuing students will be able to join in. But then they getting to the views, as you said, um, you can't force someone to watch what he or she doesn't like. So right content out there, but then if the students are not interested, as you said, we can't force them to watch what they don't want to watch. Yes, please.
So, Mr. Akabwa, what provision in the Constitution spells out your duties as secretary?
What constitution? What
What
provisions?
provision in the SRC Constitution spells out your duties as secretary?
Please, can you come a bit clearer?
What article?
Article. No idea, please.
Did you read the Constitution
I
before?
read the Constitution, but then I didn't take into consideration the articles, please.
What are your duties?
The duties of a secretary. Okay, so the secretary is one responsible for taking true and accurate meeting of the executive board, and the second one is responsible for all SRC correspondence, aside the one from the SRC Parliament, and also responsible for communicating to the student populace at the beginning of in every semester, at least once in a month, about the current state of the SRC pertaining to business and the general welfare of the students. And lastly, also following instructions or any duties given to them by the executive board or the president, please.
Does the work of the PRO interfere with the work of the secretary?
No, please. I think they should be able to work together. It doesn't interfere in any way.
So, what does the PRO?
I think, as the name, the public relations officer, his main duty is to relay information out there. So the secretary, as we know, is supposed to write the communique or whatever. The duty of the PRO to public it to the general.
According to your policy, to get a website for the SRC by working through appropriate channels, which will help project the UHAS SRC to the outside world. How are you going to do that?
So I've currently gotten in touch with the ICT department, and they're actually ready and willing to help with that.
So when you go to the ICT department, you just talk and then it's done.
Not that I met one of my colleagues there, and he also introduced me to someone, as I said, who is ready to help in terms of developing the website and everything that goes into it. So if I'm given a chance to be the federal secretary, I think that policy will be very effective and it can be achieved. Because I have the people around here to help me. Sorry, do that.
You've not answered my question. How would you do that and make sure that you get whatever you want to get? So
Okay,
is it by just talking? Are you just saying
no,
you just talk?
not by talking. All the policies are here, but then when I come into power, it still needs to be sent to the parliament and I need to how do you call it? I need to tell them why they should accept this policy. So after it has been approved by the parliament, then I can take it from there.
What is the difference between a secretary and a secretary general?
Okay, so to my best of knowledge, a secretary is the administrational professional of an institution, as in he works effectively to maintain the running of the association. But then a secretary general um, is more like a CEO of a company or an administration where there is no president.
Okay. Are you good in letter writing?
Yes, please.
Very good.
Yeah, to my best of knowledge, I'm okay.
Okay, so we want to write a letter to the vice chancellor through the dean of students. Can you please demonstrate how it's going to be? Vice chancellor. Okay, so I asked you to perform a very basic task, which you be doing every day. Now, you are in the University of Health and Allied Sciences, but in your capacity, you are the provincial or the federal secretary. There's nothing SRC at your address. At your address, no punctuation. Then it's not even a copy to the dean. You are writing it through the dean. So, so no punctuation. So our secretary will be writing like this. No punctuation, nothing anywhere. Okay, so that's fine. Okay. I thought you have defended that. The no punctuation. You could have defended it. There's it's a star. There's an address star that there is no punctuation. So yeah, there's, you could have chipped in that. All right. So that was for demonstration of skill. Okay. So I equally checked the same thing. Can we go through? Do you have a copy of your
CV, and then policy. All right. So I must say you are doing well. Okay. So we just want to correct the little things which you should take very good notice of. All right. If you speak Tree, right? Yes, second there also a tip of also was a trouble of. So look at your policies. Your sentences were too long. You write very long, like compound sentences too much. You read your starting from your policy, you read very fast and let's go. The one on top. So as a hopeful SRC, read from that side. As a hopeful SRC Federal Secretary, my aim is just not to only continue the good works of the current administration, but to further improve on their achievements. So I critically consider the works of the previous administration and have planned to improve on their achievements and fill the loopholes. With respect to this. Stop. No, full stop. Bam. So from that one, one sentence, you can break it. It's too long. Okay, so I have something for you here. As a hopeful SRC Federal Secretary, my aim is just not to only continue the good works of the current administration, but to further improve on their achievements. Full stop. Therefore, I critically consider so that whoever is reading will follow you. Yes, seriously. Yes, and then honorable mention of your punctuations. It runs through. Your third bullet, renovating and putting into good use available notice boards, which will bring about ease on the part of the executive board of UHAS. It's a semicolon, because you're coming to tell us about the ease that you are bringing. So that is dissemination of information and also to the benefit of the. Then the last bullet point, there is no yes, please. Thank you very much. If you go to your CV, again, long sentences. Okay. Don't don't type as we speak. When you speak, people will get you. But when you type like that, it will become boring to read. So learn how to break your sentences. Okay.
I like that. Well done, please. Can we clap? That's a very nice. I like that. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so I want you to spell out your functions very well so that everyone will get to know. You will get questions on that. Spell out.
Aside the ones from the SRC Parliament.
What do you understand by that statement?
So with the correspondence with the SRC Parliament, that has to do with the Clerk of Parliament. So the SRC Federal SRC Secretary is solely responsible for the correspondence of the SRC Executive.
Mr. Patrick,
Yes, please.
um, 5 visionary policies I would implement. That's what you've written.
Yes,
right?
please.
So the fifth policy you've stated to get a website for the UHAS SRC. To get a website, do you know a website?
Yes, please.
Okay, so how are you going to get the website for UHAS SRC?
Sorry, maybe I didn't put the sentence well, as in the statement there. Maybe,
So
yes, please.
You brought this just to convince us. Abi, you gave to numerous people to read through, isn't it?
Yes, please.
And they gave you feedback.
Yes, please.
And you are not telling me you didn't put your statement well.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry for that, please.
So that means that this shouldn't be part of your policy.
Not that, as I said, I didn't put the statement well.
Can you put it well right now?
Okay, so to work through the appropriate channels in with the help of the other executives to help
Okay. Thank you.
something that you are not sure there? All right, please. And right, left. Then, all right. Please, no, no matter how timing we are trying to do this is one sensitive position. If we have questions, we should query. We should put it out. Please. No matter how tired we are. Thank you. All right. Boss.
Thank you very much. So at this juncture, we take questions from the audience. Introduce yourself.
My name is Samuel Saki, level 400 PA student. My question for you is you made mention that the secretary makes correspondence to for the only the executive board. So does it mean that the executive does not do anything for the parliament? The secretary, sorry, does not do anything for the parliament. My question is, does the secretary have nothing to do for the parliament?
Nothing as in, please.
No duty at all to the parliament house?
Okay, please. None that I know of, please.
None that you know of?
Yes, please.
Do you know the current federal SRC secretary?
Yes, please.
Can you mention his name?
Smith. Beidou.
Have you spoken to him?
Yes, please.
And he didn't make mention of anything?
No, please.
But have you read the constitution very well?
Not very, very well, but I've read through it. Yes.
There is a duty for the secretary in the earlier part of the book concerning SRC parliamentary meetings. And I'm shocked that you've not even taken notice of that. But anyway, don't worry. What I'll say is you kindly go through the book very well and take notice of everything that you have to do. There is something, I think one or two things that the secretary does for the SRC parliament. So you take note of that.
Thank you very much. And that was the Speaker of the Parliament, current UHAS SRC, being too humble to mention his position. Any other question, please?
So, I would like you to mention two, let's say, members of the University Council. Two members of the University Council. I just want two members of the University Council.
The Vice Chancellor and the Registrar.
Vice Chancellor and the
Registrar.
Okay. So in which year does the Registrar join UHAS?
No idea, please.
There's no other question. We thank Honorable Akabwa Patrick Evans.
Thank you very much.
So we are now going to the main games. Games. Okay, so we are about to start with the federal presidential aspirants. And as said earlier, we're going to start with Master Gabriel Ashekweno. I don't know if I pronounce the name correctly. He comes to pronounce the name correctly for us with this advice.
This is your election center on a health
says he's doing this, he's doing it, no matter what you say.
The issue here is convince me. Convince me to be a follower of you. I want to vote for you. Let's say I want to be part of your team. Convince me why you think you're saying. Convince me why you think you are the best person for this portfolio.
So I believe that my policies or things which are based on to rule are things that can be done, are things that would solve student interest at the lowest level. And I believe in this mantra for student, for truth. Is it? Okay. I believe in this mantra for student, for truth, for progress, and that I'm dedicated in achieving all these things.
Okay, so you are pushing us to your policies, right? Okay, so let's go straight to that one. So we have heard a lot of unrealistic stuffs. People come here to tell us a whole lot of things. So how realistic are your policies? How feasible are them? If you're pushing us to that direction, we want to know how feasible, how realistic your policies are.
Because they hit the very core of student issues.
So what are some of them? Tell us some. We want to know some of them.
Okay. So
and what made realistic as this time, or let's say in your time of office or something. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so you list your policies to us, then you must how realistic your policies.
Okay. Panel, please. The policies here are plenty, and to read them all would consume. Okay, so I had a conversation with this first year on my campus, and she was like, I don't know why I'm even doing public health. Can you get some resource personnel to come in and talk to us and let us know the essence of this program we are studying? So, as one of my policies under capacity building and development, we'll be bringing in people who have made it in the field of public health or any other program studied on this campus to engage students. And I also plan to introduce this mentorship scheme. I'm on one myself in the house where I'm being mentored by someone outside my field, but when I have challenges, I consult that person. What will be done here will be students will have access to people within their fields or outside their fields to guide them as they study. And then I realized that students who stay off campus, there's this no holds barred approach when it comes to students who stay off campus. Okay, you're off campus, whatever happens to you, we don't care. All we need is you dress, you come for lectures, you study, you leave. But I mean, I consider something that a peace of mind is essential to students coming to class to study. A peace of mind is essential for what is being projected on the board. Student to understand what is being projected. So, I mean, I thought it wise, and I'm like, I have this policy of the non-resident student affairs committee of parliament. We are going to we are going to empower them to establish a working relationship with the rent control, and through that they'll be able to mitigate and address some of the challenges faced by students off campus. And also, they'll be able to aid students in finding accommodation. Currently, the first years on Hawaii campus, they want places to stay, and they're all over me. I see I work at the rent control, but if there's a system in place, it will be easier for them to do that. They know that they have to go through here. The SRC truly has their interests at heart.
Okay. So let me call you. Please allow, just permit me to call you by your first name, Gabriel. Gabriel. As a leader, and then you have Mr. Grippelis as your running mate. I think you should, in a way, be of an influence to him. Any great leader pass on knowledge or, in a way, influence, in this context, a follower. So he's your running mate. And then I think, as it is now, you guys are thinking together and then planning together. But I have here your CV And I have his own also here. Okay, his own is just a page like this, and then it's very brief. I don't know whether he had a problem with getting papers to print or, but you have yours. Yours is about 3 pages. Can you convince me with this that if you become SRC president, you'll be able to influence your followers positively?
Thank you. So, firstly, what even pushed me to, should I say, accumulate all these positions that has given me a three-page CV? So looked up to people. People were before.
Please go straight forward and answer my question.
How am I going to convince you? Yes, John Quincy Adams, a former president of USA, he said, if your actions, your actions inspire others to do more. I'm going to display. No, I'm going to display. Should I say exception? I'm paraphrasing. If your actions inspire others to do more, to dream more, and become more, then you are a leader. Forgetting the exact words, but it's in this vein, and that I'm going to display quality actions as expected of me as a leader, and that when I do that, he's going to learn, or my followers are going to emulate me.
From the beginning, charity begins at home. You are not able to influence him to get a very good CV. Okay? So how do I trust that you are going to influence those you don't even know, because you know him personally? So you don't know me. So how are you going to influence me to follow you? As in, or yes, to follow you.
And his current now is some to maybe increase it to 4 pages or something. We all come from various backgrounds, and I believe the experiences there are what has shaped him and made him into what he is today.
I don't really want to probe into his CV. Okay. I don't want to really probe into his CV because you are actually the main focus. You understand? Yeah. So don't go there. You understand? Don't go there. Okay. How honest are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'd say 8.
You say 8. Okay. So you have a very nice tie. Can you just pull it out? Yes. Just take it off. Please. Who did it for you?
Griffiths.
Griffiths did it for you.
Yes.
So you cannot fix that on your own.
No.
And you want to become our president.
I mean, I would learn, and I'm not used to suit and tie.
Okay, so why did you come here to convince us with suit and tie?
I mean, I realize, should I say, as I move on in life, I have to learn new things. Initially, I'm a type of person who is more like the African print, African style. And there was a time I never used my English name anyway. I was only called Yeri. I can know if you call me by my English name, I'm not going to respond. But then I realized.
So why are you changing now?
I mean, as you move on as a person, you have to adapt, you have to learn new things. To learn new things, you have to unlearn what you've learned.
Okay. Yeah. So do you think you wearing the African print was not formal?
It was, but it wasn't accepted in some places.
Wasn't accepted in which place?
So in 2018, we went for a congress at Granada, and there's this dinner night, and I went there, and I mean,
a dinner night.
Yes. And I saw the rest of my colleagues who went there. And I took there and looked at them, looked at myself, and I was shy. I mean, I'd completely fallen out. And the lady who was supposed to be my date was even shy.
Can I say you are not confident in what you
do? No.
Or you have a personality disorder? Can I say that?
No.
Do you know Pastor Mensa Otabil?
Yes.
Have you ever seen him in tie and suit?
No.
So Does he feel shy when he goes somewhere with what he wears? Do you think he feels shy?
Should I say? I mean, I was dealing with it. Should I say the circumstances or the period in which I found myself? I was reacting to the environment, and I was young. I was very young then, as young adolescent guy who wants to, I mean, impress his friends.
So you were there to impress your friends.
Yes.
You were just there to
I mean,
impress your friends.
everybody was there to show off their suit and swagger.
What is the function of a president as stipulated by the UHAS SRC Constitution?
Okay, so the president is the chief spokesman of all students in the university. The president represents undergraduate students on the university council board. The president gives final authorization to financial disbursement, and he's the signatories to all vouchers and requests made on behalf of the SRC for funds. And he also ensures the maintenance of all constitutional provisions. And then also he ensures the day-to-day running of the SRC, effective running of the SRC.
Okay, so on what circumstance? Okay, no. Tell me how a president can be impeached. The process. How to impeach a president. Thank you. That's my last question.
I have a very, should I say, rough idea on the impeachment process.
Okay,
Not that clear. And then the president can be impeached when his actions go contrary to the constitution, the SRC. And the impeachment, I believe, can be initiated by students who with evidence to support their claim that the president has gone contrary to the constitution and has acted either in excess of his power or has abused power. Then, if I think they write it to the judicial committee. That's it. I mean,
Since you're not sure, let's go into the details. You will not be paying fair. Note it down there. So I think we have better use for that. So now, but I would like to shift my attention to the right. Okay, that's fine. I can do that. Mr. Gabriel, I must say I like your calmness and how you answer questions. It's interesting to see you are very young, but younger than your wife. Almost 2 years ago. There is a cliche, what people say out there. Yes, I hear you are here to just waste our time. You are just coming to test the waters. And then this is just a learning step for you. How do you respond to that?
I would want you to regard us as hearsay.
All right. So moving to that. Why is he a hearsay?
People have not seen someone from SPH and level 200 running for SRC president before, so it's a novel thing for them. I mean, they have every right to think how they want to think or say what they want to say. So they are all hearsays and rumors.
I didn't say why. As an answer is correct. Why is that wrong for you? You get my question. Why is that wrong for you?
Because I'm contesting this election to win and get the opportunity to serve the noble people of UHAS. That's why I know. That's why I picked forms.
Let me put it this way. Why is it that at 200, almost about 2 years younger than your wife, convince me that you are mature as it stands now to handle SRC matters?
You see, maturity does not begin with age, it begins with acceptance of responsibility and taking school issues aside. I'm someone who has to work to make money to come to school. Every vacation, I have to go home and work, take care of my mother, my other siblings. Going through all these things, has made me strong to handle that, to run for this position.
That's fine. It's nice to see you coming for all points in this race. I want you to tell. I mean, we have a lot of old people in our midst. Tell us about Hoboy and their challenges.
So Hohe campus has only one school, public. We offer four programs: disease control, nutrition, health promotion, and health information. So on Hohe campus, one, transportation. I've never boarded a bus to lectures before, always under the sun. I mean, you get to class, you're tired. Two, furniture. There were projector issues. For the fans in the room, should I have sometimes I believe they are there for decoration. They don't really give us any air. And then our canteen, the state it's in, it doesn't befit a university. Notice board is movable. I mean, and the movable one is in a very appalling state. A printing press doesn't work there. So when you have an assignment, you have to go to town and print at an exorbitant price. I mean, the programs I can list them and list them and list them.
I can see that. And what is the single most important problem?
Projectors.
Projectors.
Yes.
Someone mentioned that to me too. Let's go to your policy, shall we? You have it. You have a copy. All right. So I see administrative policy. Is that fine?
Yes.
You want to add more people to our parliament. So that's fine. I think we have the current speaker of parliament here. So that would be interesting. You want to add more people to our parliament.
Yes.
And I can see appointees caucus. What do you mean by that?
The appointees caucus will be made up of, will constitute the people, should I say, committee chairpersons appointed by the president.
Come again. Let me get that.
Appointed committee chairpersons of parliament. That's the appointees caucus.
We already have them.
Yes.
So why do you put it there?
It's part of, should I say, an overall formation. It's not independent.
No. Give up the honest. We are working on this. Overall formation to include SRC president and the rest.
There's no appointee caucus in parliament. It consists of appointed chairpersons of committees and then provincial executive. Okay, so like I said, it's not an independent thing. Like I said, okay, so it's a caucus made up of people appointed by the president, particularly the committee chairs. Okay, so a caucus is a group of people of the same party, and the appointees caucus will be made up of committee chairpersons who are appointed by the federal executives. That's the appointees caucus I'm referring to.
Have you been in parliament before?
Yes.
And what makes you stand out that this is
There are people who are appointed in parliament, but like I said, it's not an independent thing like appointees caucus only. Because I propose in my policy, I propose the division of parliament to should I say sections or different caucuses, and that the appointees caucus will be one of them.
No, don't go there. I think you are messing everything up. Redeem yourself. Just say, please, I made a mistake. And then I will go and check it out. Okay?
I'll refer to the constitution.
So please don't.
Or maybe feels like that defend himself. Yes.
Well, like I said, I would want to make reference to KNUST. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. I had a discussion with the marshal of the parliament, and I asked him how is the parliament constituted, and he made mention of some of these things. And I mean, I looked at things. I'm like, it can be done here.
How many times have you been SRC has parliament?
I think thrice. Yes.
Okay. And have you been in that? I mean, have you been in Kenya's parliament before?
No.
Of course. So what relation do we have to even make with them? What relativity is that?
Should I say this proposal is something I thought of to, should I say, increase the representation of students in parliament.
Okay. What I'm trying to make you understand is that, there are things which for instance, will be in parliament in the UHAS parliament, okay, which might constitute this appointees caucus, but it's not vividly called that way. You understand?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that is why my panelist was telling you that you should go back and make your corrections. All right?
I get
So it might be that we have it, but that is not the term given to that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
Who wants to be with this appointee? What could they do differently from what our current appointees are doing?
It's it's not like I said, it's not something that stands alone. And that in a parliament, I believe with a varied parliament, it would help in decision making. That's the origin for this policy.
Do you know that in Parliament, almost everybody there is appointed?
Not almost everybody. I think there are provincial executives, there are local NUCs executives who are elected, there are association presidents who are elected.
Anyways, so honorable, you see, as for the constitution, when you are not doing it, I don't like it. That's why I said I think the best way to say it is that you have to do more work on that side. Okay.
I'll do that.
Yeah. All right. So let's hurry up and be done with me. If you tend to sports, entertainment, and recreation, okay, on your policies. So you have end of semester student events, drama or artist night, and dinner night. That is interesting. So at the end of every semester, you want to give us a dinner night and a drama night.
Either one of them for the end of semester programs.
Okay, I see. With all our financial stress, can we do this?
I mean, something small to help the students release, the stress of a long semester. Students barely get entertainment activities. So something small to help students release stress. Some respite from academic work at the end of the semester.
Okay.
So let's do some tracing. I think right now, let's put you in the position of the federal president. Right now, you know that federal president, you have to represent the school as a council meeting. Right. I hope you know more about the council meeting.
Not that much.
So, don't you know anything about council meeting?
They make decisions for the school. On school, should I say school activities, I think.
So, who is the chair of the council meeting?
A president, appointee.
President appointee, like who? Who is the chair of the university council?
I have no idea.
Oh, should I still? Okay, so let's you are the president of the student representative council, and you're at this council. One of the council meeting is there. The vice chancellor is there. The pro vice chancellor. A lot of people are there. So, how do you present student issue to this council? Well, that is the highest council. I think that's the highest decision making for the whole university. So you are present there. So right now you are acting as you are there with these people. How do you present student issues to them? You can choose any issue that you want to present to them. Or maybe if you want us to give an issue to, we can give you an issue and you present to them. So right now we are the members, we are all there. So how do you present your issue to us? The council meeting, that's the highest decision making for I think the whole university.
Please a minute. Okay, thank you for that. I have to do some few consultations. So I'll take off-campus security for our students as the issue. Um, the time for the meeting, I'm assuming a time. It's in the afternoon. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, the chair and members of the council. I'm Ikwenyeri Akanwe Gabriel, the Federal SRC President of UHAS. And I would like to bring to your attention an issue students are facing on campus. And I believe attention must be given to that issue, otherwise it would escalate into another thing. So I realized, and from conversations with students, and from works done by my executives, that students are not generally safe off campus, that they can be robbed. Some of them can be harassed, and we don't know. I mean, worse things can happen to them. So I proposed the follow. I propose this. I propose that the SRC way management should work with the Ghana Police Service to identify areas and routes to the areas where students are mostly populated and routes where students mostly take, patrol such areas to help minimize security risk to students off campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think. Do you think you deserve this post or this position?
Yes, please.
And do you think you're confident enough in winning this election?
Yes, please.
So, if I may ask you, what is the total population in School of Public Health?
Roughly about 800.
And you think you have the upper hand of winning this election?
Yes, please.
Why didn't you merge with other aspirants?
So when I came to SPH in 2019, I think I was still the last person who ran for federal SRC president. From Campus will be that I think 2016 or 2017. I think 2017, if I'm correct. That's Kizito. And even they were on this campus before they moved. So he had kind of built a ground here that enabled him. And from there, no one had ventured to run. So I was told it will be impossible. But at the same time, you talk to all students and they're like, all students are not being treated fairly. And in UHAS, SRC, in UHAS, everything we are the short end of things. We don't receive recognition. And I see this as a way to give them some hope to lift the image of Ohio campus.
Please, with all respect, I beg you, do not mingle politics with the interest of the school, please, because this can lead a way negative effect we can't handle. And trust me, this is being online. It's being streamed. Okay, we love equally, not excuse me to say that. The school, I mean, Ho and Hohoi is no difference. There's no difference. Actually, both are to the interest of the school and the betterment. Okay? So I'm here to correct you with that. Please, if you are going straight to your point, just go straight to the point. All right? Don't mingle it with any school affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So,
a minute.
should I go on?
Yes.
Okay, assuming you want to embark on a project, right? Tangible project. Parliament has approved your budget, but then when it was taken to the administration, they, in the look of their eyes, they think it's not order relevant. For that matter, they're not going to unleash the money to you. What will you do about that?
Can he come in?
To you.
Okay. So I think management would reject a budget from the SRC if they deem it unrealistic, or maybe they might have found some problems with it. So the first thing I'll do is to inquire why, from the dean of students in particular, because it's the first point of call, why the budget wasn't accepted. Then from there, from his reasons, I come back to my executive and to the parliament. Then we go over again. Then we redo our budget. Then we present it to them again based on his reasons for disapproving it or declining it. And I believe when we do that, the budget will go through.
Do you know you're going to work within a time frame?
Yes.
So, are you going to wait for the number of days or months for it to be approved before you work on your project? And besides, let's put it this way. In case the money is not unleashed, what are you going to do in embarking your project or implementing your project?
I believe I do not have one project or plan of action. So I'd, instead of waiting and biding my time for approval of budget, I would invest my energy in another project or plan of action and get it done. And I believe as a leader, you shouldn't it's not compulsory for you to do something at a particular point in time. You can build for the next person to come and continue.
Can you tell me something peculiar that you will involve in your administration? I wouldn't say, or I'm not saying that the current administration is not doing well, but then what something peculiar are you bringing in to make yours far different?
Okay. So I'm bringing in teamwork in my administration and public, should I say, transparency to your students, openness to your students.
How do you explain transparency? And how are you going to implement transparency?
So whatever transpires in the SRC, we are going to make sure the students know what happens in the day-to-day activities of the SRC.
Is it with the exclusion of the parliament, or you're going to do that by your own power?
With the involvement of parliament and other executives. That's why I made mention of teamwork.
My last question to you. Based on what criteria are you expecting for you to be accepted as the SRC president?
So per the CI released by the EC prior to vetting, the person should have at least spent one academic year in this institution, should have attained the CGP of 3.0, should take nomination forms and endorsed by students from each school and each hostel under the UHAS banner.
Do you know the CGPA that you're expecting for the NUCs?
2.5.
Why 2.5 comparatively to the SRC presidency? Because do you see it to be that it is irrelevant or yours is more superior than the nooks? That is why we're expecting 3.0 from you. Can you explain to me?
So I believe the 2.5 was instituted at a time where it was instituted due to the conditions, or the, should I say, the situation that existed at the time of the creation of this constitution. But I believe we can, I mean, should I say, people, and also people do not place much emphasis on the Nook's position. People do not view it as prestigious as the SRC position, but it's something we can revise.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now we're moving to the vice president or the vice president. Practical question. Let's say right now, you see in these schools, since I came here, I think you have been having issues with school fees. You're saying that always UHAS is the highest paid university, like you're paying the highest amount of fees. Sometimes um the the president, or let's say the president of Ghana, or let's say member of parliament will approve of a certain amount, but UHAS when it comes is different. Do you get it? So let's say your president is not there. And in this case, you are supposed to have a meeting with the vice chancellor. So right now you're sitting in front of the vice chancellor and you're dealing with issues with school fees. Like you want a deduction or something. This is what the government is saying, and this is what the school is also saying. How do you go about this issue? Your president is not around. Like maybe he has been somewhere, there's something that you won't be able to attend, but you have to be there. So right now you're in front of the vice chancellor. So how do you go about such issues? School fees. The government is saying we should pay this, and and US is also saying that we should also pay this.
Okay, thank you very much. But I want to seek clarification on this. As in, the government is saying we should pay less or more, and the university is saying we should pay less or more.
Okay, so let's say I think 2 years ago there was that the university wanted us to pay more, the government wanted us to pay less, right? So how do you address such issue?
Okay, what I believe in is UHAS runs a professional program, and
Right now you're not addressing. You are in front of the vice chancellor. You want to let him like know that this is what is happening. Like students are calling it. You are representing the students in front of the vice chancellor. So you're not just answering the question. Right now, you are sitting in front of the VC, having a conversation on this issue. So how do you address such issue?
okay, what I will bring into the attention of the VC is I will address the VC and let him know that this is the
So
complaint.
address the VC.
Okay.
So I am the VC. So I'm with the VC right now. So address me.
The Vice Chancellor, I would like to bring your attention to issues about school fees that students have been presenting to my office, seeking that they need a reduction in the amount proposed by the university. Um, may I have your authority to proceed and read out some of their complaints?
Okay, Mr. Gripples.
Hello?
So we are in front of the vice chancellor, and then we are now going to read. Is it that you have concerns you are presenting? You've not taken it to be your own because you actually first a student before even SRC president. So is it like you are going to report what somebody said without making it your own? Do you stand with them or you stand against them?
I stand with them because being the SRC vice president doesn't take you from the position of a student. You are still a student. No.
That day, you were addressing the vice chancellor, right? And you said these are some of their complaints. So you are coming to tell. So
sorry for that statement. I will have to retake that statement.
Okay, so do it again. Let's see.
The Vice Chancellor, I am here today to present to you and bring your attention to some of the issues we are facing as students in regards to the amount proposed by the university as school fees. And we are seeking that there will be a reduction in the amount. Thank you.
Can you sing the UHAS anthem?
Oh, please.
National pledge.
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. Okay, thank you. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I promise. What? Oh, please let me come again. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I've forgotten. Thank you.
And Mr. Vice President Wufu, you don't know, you can't recite our national anthem. You are fighting for students of Ghana. Students of Ghana, you are representing students of Ghana. So if you should go outside the school and then you do this, you know you've disgraced the whole school. Do you know that it looks very funny here anyways, but it's serious. It's very serious that you go to KNUST and they tell you or they ask the vice president of UHAS to recite the national pledge and then he does this to us. Anyways, your policies. You are with the president. Do you prepare the policies with him?
Yes, please.
Which of them do you see to be non-achievable?
Okay, from me, I don't see any of our policies to be non-achievable. I see them to be achievable
All
and
of
implementable.
Them.
Yes, please.
All of them.
Yes, please.
So that means you actually stand by him, Papa. Anyways, UHAS constitution. Have you read it before?
Yes.
How many times?
I've read it more than 3 times.
Back to back. I say back to back.
More than 3 times. I didn't end the statement, but not everything in it. But I've read most of it.
You've read most of it?
Yes.
You've read most of it?
Most. I would say about 50%. 50%.
Okay. So you know of the local news?
Yes,
local
please.
news.
Yes, please.
What is the relationship between the local nukes and the SRC? In UHAS?
In UHAS?
Yes. What is the relationship like?
Please excuse me. Thank you very much for that question again. The SRC here in UHAS is the student body in UHAS. What's per the name local news is the National Union of Ghana Students, that they represent the whole UHAS student populace on the national level. The linkage between the two. Okay. The SRC and the local news will work hand in hand in such a way that the local news will bring the national association, like will bring to the attention of the national association some of the issues that students are facing and things that will help better the life of students here on campus.
Do you know that the local news is supposed to pay dues to the national?
Yes.
How does the local news money to pay those dues?
That I have no idea.
Okay. You have no idea.
Yes.
Please work around that. Okay. Work around that because
Okay.
do you know the position of national nooks? What do they do?
Um, National Nooks, the Nooks as in itself wants to give education to every tertiary student in any public university, and also the channel issues that students are facing, like they act as its mouthpiece. The student populace, they act as the mouthpiece of all university students in Ghana.
Your answers are somewhere and it's leading me to you realize I'm asking a lot of questions because you're not convincing me. Okay, what is USAG? USAG. Have you heard of USAG?
No.
You've not heard of USAG?
Okay. No. Let's briefly look at your CV. I think my co-panelists brought that up. Take your CV in and then how do you spell Christianity? Because on the side of religion, I can see a different spelling.
Do you want me to spell Christianity for you? Okay. Christianity.
It's spelled wrongly on your CV.
Can be a typographical error.
Should have been correct. Your passport picture there, if you didn't have to put it there, there was no need to have made that indent for the passport picture. You get it? Then the arrangement of the font. For example, I, Mr. Champon, you are Mr. Champon, big letters. And then the rest, small letters. You have to check that. Okay, so that is on your CV. Officially, if you are taking this anywhere, we want the vice president of UHAS to have a very standard CV. You get it? All right, so the next thing I want to ask you is that how do you understand the word ex officio? Ex officio.
Ex officio is an organization that's formed from a body. Let's say I want to use an example to illustrate it. Let's say the SRC, for instance, any committee or any body that's formed from the SRC is an ex officio of the SRC.
Go with me to questions. Which part of the constitution do you find your function?
That's in Article 21.
Article 21 clause 3, then sub clause C. Can you read it?
Yes, please.
Okay, so read it.
Acting as an ex officio member of all committees or commissions of the SRC Parliament, and shall coordinate the activities of such committees or commissions provided for in this Constitution and or under resolution of the SRC Parliament.
So what do you mean by ex officio? Based on the definition you give. No, we don't exchange ideas here. I will give for this particular one. We want to let him personal. So he should be able to tell us that. I'm bringing this issue up because this particular thing is one issue that a vice president doesn't really understand. It creates issues in parliament, especially for the committees. Because the constitution says that you are an ex officio member to all committees. So as a vice presidential hope, what do you understand by ex officio?
Okay, from from Article 21 plus 3 sub clause C. What it actually means here, to my understanding, is that the vice president, if any committee or commission that's formed under the SRC Parliamentary will act as someone that will know the affairs, what is triumphing, what is going on in those commissions and committees, and will also in a way direct their activities and know what is going on inside.
So he presides over them.
Not as in precision, as in pause in quotes, not as in.
I think you are really not getting the point, but so let me open. First of all, ex officio is different from what you defined earlier. Okay? In your context as a vice president, ex officio is that you become a representative, supervisory representative. But your supervisory does not go to finance committee and then you are going to actually question them on how they vetted their arguments. Supervisory work is just to see whether they are meeting, just to see how their welfare is going on. You get me? So as a vice president, you are actually the welfare chairman of all the committees. That's what the constitution just wanted to be. But we had a particular administration where the vice president was trying to. I don't know whether you get my point. For example, if they are saying ex officio on all committees, then audit committee is bad. You can realize the vice president trying to make it audit committee. That was right. You get that?
Yeah, I do get you, but maybe I understand what you are saying, but in a way, I believe what I said was actually
the ex officio.
No, what actually what you are explaining to.
Correct that. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Do you think you were not convinced to go as a running mate?
Come again.
Do you think you were not convinced to come out as a running mate?
I don't agree with your question.
You don't understand or don't agree with my question?
I don't agree with your question.
But do you understand my question?
Yes, I understand it.
So it's either no or yes.
No.
You are not. So tell me.
No, like I don't agree with your question. It means I don't agree with the question. You said, do I think I was convinced? I wasn't. Do I think I wasn't convinced? And I'm saying I don't agree with that question. That I was convinced to be a running mate. That's what I mean. Come again with your question.
Were you influenced, if you want me to put it this way, just to come out as a running mate?
Come again.
Were you influenced to come out as a running mate?
No.
So you have the potentials enough to run as a running mate?
Yes, I do.
Tell me one unique thing about yourself based on your leadership skills.
Okay. If I'm going to go into leadership, I started leading my class from class 3 when I became the class prefect and also became the one unique thing. Okay, I am someone that stands by my word and I have integrity too.
Yes. So I just want to ask you one question. I just want to test your intelligence here. Okay. So if I'm running a race, and then if you are running a race, And then at that point, you pass the second person. What will be your position?
I am still the second person.
All right, thank you very much. So, thank you very much, honorable panel members. Okay, so now we go to the audience, please. Okay, so we will please hold. What's your name? Level.
Okay, I'm Johnny Mano, Department of Authorities and Prosthetics, level 100. On 2nd June 2021, we sent a message to the school mail. And I'm interested in the last part. We are like, you have students deserve the truth. I have three questions with this. One, was this information a strategy we're using for campaign or we really deserve the truth? If no, let me know. If it was for campaign, this message was a disgrace to the current SRC president. I would like you to defend it. And if we really deserve the truth, which truth and how are you going to do that when you become the SRC president?
Please, I don't know the article unless you can clear.
Is it a message?
What message? Please read the message.
Okay, to the school's mail. I'm in pain to see the SRC suffer in this corruption hands of Apollo. Pitifully, we are advised to allow, and the last part is, you have students deserve the truth. Do you remember?
Was it from my mail? Yes, I don't remember sending any mail like that.
Yes, subject.
No. People do when they add my name.
You've never sent such a message. Have you ever sent a message, a broadcast message?
Yes, during during the fix the rules issue, I wrote an article urging UHAS students to go online to tweet hashtag fix UHAS route now. And then I think first semester, the course registration, there was some delay and with the SRS responding to students who were not able to register. So I did a petition, sent it to the mail, and I was reprimanded by the federal secretary and the speaker, of which I accepted that a petition to dean of students calling on him to aid students.
Anyway, it has no connection with this.
No. Those who know how I write know that I don't write articles such as.
I'm just asking for.
No.
So that I'm helping you. You understand?
No.
So if there's no evidence, we can proceed to the next step.
So I think it was.
On a scale of 1 to 10, can you rank the SRC, current SRC?
I'd say 7.
In your opinion, do you think he's corrupt?
I have no evidence as to that.
Okay, so this was, I think, the email that was referring to was an email sent by one Aaron Ametife on June 2nd. It was to all UHA students, including the VC and Vice Chancellor, talking about some fraudulent activities of the SRC, the current SRC, which, let me quote a part in the email, which to ask this question. Said these submissions are not by hearsay, but based on evidence. See the attached documents for your perusal. I am in pain to see our SRC suffer in these corrupt hands of Apollo. Pitiful.
We are advised to follow the right procedures to see things done, but the procedures are corrupt, made up cronies of Apollo who he appointed. When you come forth to show your concerns, like our dear Mr. Gabriel, always the name is difficult for me to mention. Ayikwenyeri, sorry. And Miss Sikate, you will be intimidated. Other federal executives deserve the truth. Provincial executives deserve the truth.
Yes.
And the
Someone
local
brought it to my attention.
You need to know, in a way, warrior politics, you are also coming in for the position. Did you change it? Did you change it?
You said?
Did you change this when you saw that? I mean, when you saw this message, did you change it?
Yes.
How far now?
I gave up. I couldn't find the person.
All right. So I think my brother here, in a way, mistook you, but he's not mistaken to what he actually saw. So I think we can proceed to the next thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other question, please? Honorable Speaker. Yes.
Yes. My name is Samosaki. So my question is, if you become the SRC president, with some of the, I'm sure you've noticed some challenges faced by this administration. Yes.
Yes.
You've noticed them. So when you become the president, what are some of the things, or what would you do about them?
So this is what I've identified. Lack of financial reporting to the general student populace, even if it's done to Parliament. So it's something I'm going to ensure it's done every semester for students to know the transactions of the SRC.
Sorry, is it a challenge faced by the current administration?
Not really a challenge.
Then please answer his question.
Okay. Let me reinside my answer. Personally, I do not see any challenge.
That means you've not spoken to any of them. Have you spoken to the current SRC president?
No.
Any of the federal executives?
No.
Why do you still sell it?
Based on
Remember you still sell it?
yes.
And when you say based on observation, what was the point of observation?
My issue was with the financial reporting.
So one thing I would like to ask, do you know the channel of communication in the school? That's the channel of communication where students who have concerns, do you know how it's channeled to the administration?
Let me give an attempt. So when you have an issue, you first forward it to your class rep. Then your class rep would forward it to the SRC. Then from the SRC, president or the SRC executives, to the dean of students. Then the dean of students take it from there.
So, you as a student, have you really followed that line of that channel of communication?
To be truthful to the panel in the house, there was a time I broke that.
Why? Then
Why? It wasn't something I intentionally did. I wanted to organize a program. Here on Trafalgar, and I called an SRC executive to consult on how I should go about it. But then, after getting to the website and going through the processes, I realized that was not the right process.
So you decided to send a message?
So,
Through Gmail?
no, I didn't send any message.
Oh,
okay, but I think earlier on you said you had not spoken to any SRC executive before.
As in regarding the inner workings of the SRC or the challenges they are facing on or how they are running their things.
Okay, so a little advice. Um, I'm sure you, as you said that. So, as a president, when you come into power, I'm sure you've seen so many emails circulating about students that have grievances, the right students that have grievances, the right all the way jumping or not following the channel of communication. So,
Yes.
when you become president, what will you do to halt such practices?
Okay. So um, there will be thorough education on the channels of communication. Day in and day out, we'll be reminding students the various channels through which they should address their grievances. And we would make it a topmost priority to ensure that those grievances are addressed. And also, the SRC office will be open for students to bring in their issues. And that, like I said, will be a topmost priority to ensure that they are addressed and solved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Please, buddy. Okay. One thing I don't know. That's personally. I want to ask personally too. From secular through the emails, I think if I remember what I just read, I read a part saying that whenever people like yourself and lady I mentioned the name speak the truth, they are intimidated or something like that. Has that ever happened to you? Have you been intimidated for speaking the truth before?
I wouldn't call that intimidation.
This is your election center on a hot
I
day.
wouldn't call that intimidation. I was told by one student that, or should I say, one executive that the actions I'm taking, though they are good, it's going to affect me in the election.
This is your election center on a hot day.
Would you favor Hawaii campus and deprive whole campus?
Okay. There's a vice president on this campus also. So I believe there will be equitable distribution of the resources. And that the resources, I wouldn't call favoring Hawaii campus, but it would go to solve some of the challenges on that campus, not favoring any campus. Yes. I believe in from each according to its ability, each according to its need.
Okay, Mr. Vice President, let me call you by such. Hello.
Hello.
I liked how you presented yourself. Let's build your self-confidence. Is that okay? Just build your self-confidence much better because the people that you're going to face, they are more vibrant, excuse me to use the word, than us. they are more prominent than us. You understand? You get me?
Yes, I do.
So just build your self confidence more. Right?
Thank you.
Okay.
I hope you understood why the house was trying to find out about your principle, the current administration and those things. I just hope you understand it. Don't take it like these are how do you call it, goodwill members of the current administration or something. I just wanted you to politically grasp it. The saying that says that goes like the ant that eats the leaf inside the leaf. Okay? So they say karma. These things there is a way to diplomatically criticize. Alright? When you see that when that came out, perhaps you should even be thinking of a disclaimer. Alright, with that email that you're saying, if you really chase it, then what that will be thinking. Because one day, you will be in another right position and somebody will use the wrong thing against you there. You see how it feels. You get me? And so just get the import of what we're trying to do. Alright.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So we are waiting. Oh, please. Unfortunately, most of us are not here, but the very few of us who are here, we find that much questions up to these aspirants coming to Parliament because we believe that we don't actually know enough. I'm not question, but I think that things that I know come find solutions. When I see questions, we are waiting on we are calling. Thank you very much. So our next aspirant is Master Rudolph Sedem with his bites.
to Election Center on a hot day.
Are you guys ready?
Just a minute, please.
Um, please, are you ready now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So you start by introducing yourselves. Yes, you can start.
Thank you very much. My name is Rudolph Sedem Amuji, a third year medical radiology student from the School of Allied Health Sciences.
Yes.
Yes. Um, I had my basic education from Rising Star Preparatory School and St. Thomas Aquinas Senior High School, then proceeded to the University of Health and Allied Sciences. It's my dream that one day I'll become a world-class radiographer and also a politician.
All right. Please hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. Please, my name is Komi Oblique Prosper, level 300 disease control student. I had my education.
You know the meaning of oblique. You know the meaning of oblique.
The first son of Aken.
Okay, that's so nice. But go and search for the traditional meaning of oblique.
Funny. Thank you very much. Level 300 disease control student. I had my primary education at Henry Eugene Memorial School. Attended Osage Tertiary Senior High School in the Asante region, and now currently in the University of Health and Allied Science, precisely Hohoi campus. Thank you.
All right, so that's a nice policy presentation. So briefly take us through the first policy, postal dues and funds, although it wasn't numbered. Yes, the policy on hostels and accommodations, especially off campus and on campus.
Thank you very much. So, the first policy on hostel and accommodation, we have general policies for hostels. First one was as advocate for the fumigation of all hostels on campus before the beginning of every academic semester. This will help reduce the population of rodents in our halls. Work with management to provide tables and chairs in the hostels. The problem of students falling asleep while studying on their beds will be a thing of the past. Advocate for the provision of brushes, mops, mop buckets, dustbins,
collectors for every rooms in the hostels. Advocate for the monthly provision of detergents and cleaning materials for every room in the hostel. The free bob policy.
Hello. Yeah. I think he asked you a straightforward question. It looks like we are now reading your policies to us. We just want a straightforward answer to the question that he asked you. Right. So please, if you can do that for us, go straight to them.
Thank you very, thank you very much. So I should just give a summary of. Yes.
So before that, please those behind me, audience, with all respect, when time is due for us to ask you on board, we will. So for now, you just ask them to do their work. Please, I hope I'm clear. Thank you very much.
Okay. So policy on hostels and accommodation off campus and on campus. Advocates for the fumigation of all hostels, which will help reduce the population of rodents, and also introduce a free bulb policy where part of the hostel dues will be used in purchasing bulbs for the hostels. I believe students shouldn't be using their own money in buying bulbs for their rooms and corridors for the hostels. Yes, please. Yes, please. So, okay. So we also work with the estates department in providing social seats for the hostel, where students can have a place to host their visitors on the hostel premises.
Okay, so let me go straight to my question. Then you have a whole lot of policies, right? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So I want you to convince me how these policies are realistic, how feasible these policies are. In summary, convince me why you think all these policies that you have here, they are realistic, they are very feasible, you can do them on time. That is my first question.
Okay. So first of all, these policies here are policies. Most of them I introduced when I was hostel president in DFIAT. And I realized those policies were not in other hostels. And students complain a lot. So it's 100% realistic in the sense that it's already been done in the Fiat hostel, but it's not being done in other hostels. So I'm hoping to work with hostel presidents in the state department in extending this project to other hostels so that other students can also benefit. Thank you very much.
Okay. So the next question too is the form of practical question. Yeah. Let's take the issue of school fees. Yeah. There's an issue of school fees. Let's say the government is saying this. I think when I came to that was 2 years ago. That was somewhere level 200. It was an issue of school fees. Like students had the government saying that we should pay a different amount of money, and the school is also giving a different amount of money. Right. So right now, you are the SRC president. I'm giving you that portfolio this evening. So you are in front, or maybe you are in a meeting